Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? We still got no passive tree. We still got not the full list of them changes. It's just another day of preparation and practice. But before we're gonna start a practice one today, I want to finish the leveling PoE. So we're gonna be taking... Where do I have it? Here. Ranger leveling. We're gonna update that for 0.3 or for preparation of 0.3 for both Ranger and Huntress. So on Ranger, we can go this. Hey dog, how you doing, buddy? I'm doing fine. I slept well. I just ate breakfast. I got a warm cup of tea. And I'm super excited for 0.3. So on Ranger, we no longer need the temporary strength nodes. That is gone. And we have a very linear line for level 1 to level 14. I'm gonna go here. And then we grab these and this. And that should be level 12. And that should be level 14. That's 17. Oops. That's 14. Right. What are you gonna be playing, buddy? No longer need this. No longer need the strength nodes. No longer need the int nodes. Why do I have in head that we can use catalyzers before we face the first boss? Why does this one say level 17? Hey, Hedgie, how you doing, buddy? I've seen some of them, but I don't think that's all. There's, out of all those things, there's one specific gem I'm excited about that's directly gonna be impacting our build. They made a new support gem that allows you to do armor breaking and gain an endurance charge when you fully break an armor. Those were two gems we used on Spiral Volley that they formed into one. Meaning we just gain a free link on Spiral Volley and we can use it the moment we gain access to Resonance. So the moment we hit maps, we can basically rush up here, grab Resonance, grab the crit nodes, and just unlock the build's full potential. I think it's better to grab this. Yeah, I'm really excited for my build. Let's do 15 to 28 on this one, because we still have a very linear progression. Because this is that step. Oh wait, I can just delete this one. And rename this one 3 then. Aye, what did I do on this tree? Why did I had so many weapon points early on? Oh, those were... Okay, I get it. Those are the compare notes. So we grab that. Alright, and we went here. Then we grab this. First you were thinking about Mate, but Deadeye, Holopalm, Monks. Yeah, I think those are gonna be the three bigs of this league. We're gonna be having some really interesting spellcasters. We're gonna be having a lot of Holopalm Monks on Shayula, on Invoker, on Amazon, on Deadeye. And we're gonna be having a lot of Deadeyes, just bow builds. I'll be right back. I think I just heard my grandmother shout. Oh, I'm back. Sorry for that. Um, I think it's a mix of both Vixor and Hejik. It's a mix of hype because the creators like Fabgun that really like this class are hyping the new things about it up. Oh look, we are now the only ones that can automate charges. Oh look, critical weakness, so powerful. And Amazon got nerfed. Uh, it's understandable. Those are big changes, big buffs to the Deadeye, giving it a lot more options for all sorts of build on the Deadeye. But it's also like that's the mix of it's already good and then it gets hyped up even more. What I would really wish is that those generic ascendancies would be a bit more specific, like the Better Man. That one has some specific things that you can only get there. But the Witch Hunter is explosions, which is neat but fairly generic thing. The Sorcery Ward, which is neat but very... it's survivability, which we can get in other ways. The Concentration is the damage buff we can get in other ways. Carding Strike, Decimating Strike is a damage buff we can get in other ways. That is the neat thing, but we still haven't found a build that can properly utilize this. Maybe this patch we actually get something. We just need to see this a lot of build experimentation this league. Amazon is fine, buddy. Amazon is gonna be giga busted next league. I started Witcher on 10.1 and I quickly dropped off it. I mean, in all honesty, if somebody makes a Lightning Spear build instead of a Spiral Volley build, I would be very sad. Like, now that Weapon Swap is instant, Spiral Volley is just straight up better than Lightning Spear. It has... Here, let me... Where is it? Stormlands, Glaciallands, Primal Strikes... Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear at the moment... Where is it? There it is. Has... The Lightning Bolts have a slower damage multiplier, or slightly higher than Spiral Volley. But Spiral Volley can get Lightning Spear here. Gets 50 more damage for the spear. And no additional damage on the bolts. And then Lightning Spear has the damage. This damage, that's fine. But it loses this. And Spiral Volley. Where is it? Here. Spiral Volley gets... On my build, for example, and right now with 5 frenzy charges, it gets 250% more damage, which gets added on top of the attack damage. And we gain 5 chains. For Lightning Spear, we needed Volt, and we don't know if Volt stayed in the game. Lightning Spear was really great because of Volt interacting with it really well. If Volt doesn't stay in the game, we still have chains and Spiral Volley. Lightning Spear doesn't anymore. That now needs to get a downside for its chaining. And Roar is not gonna be as important. Like, I get the reasoning for why Roar is good. But full clearing the entire screen, dodge roll, sprint, full clear the entire screen, dodge roll, sprint, full clear the entire screen. We're gonna be fine on Spiral Volley. That's my expectation. I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's guaranteed that way, but that is how I currently see things. Alright. We rush Lightning Rod, but then we make it 34. Let's clear that that is what we rush. Actually, I'm just gonna make it from scratch on the trees. Alright, 1, 2. We gain our ascendancy 1 here, and that's gonna be Tailwind. We gain a second ascendancy, which is point blank. I cannot release the banner build. I made the entirety of the mobility guide. I made a POB for it, and I was looking into leveling. But there are too many uncertainties around banner. Let me show you why it's not gonna work. Patch notes. I mean, this is just a leveling POB for Ranger and for Huntress. So, the issue we have is Fallen Formation. The Fallen Uniques can no longer drop and will be reintroduced at a later date. This unique allowed us to have permanent banners. Hey, Kunox, how you doing, buddy? Then, we now gain 5 glory per second. And where is it? Here. Banners require 200 glory to place. So we need 200 glories. We get 5 glory per second. Even if all the Valor nodes here are increased Valor gain, increased 200. That is 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, and if that was retain the banners. Right now we only needed this and we anointed this node, so we need a lot more invested in banners, even if it's gonna be good. We lost half the power of our banners. We only get 50 instead of 100% more defense, only 30 instead of 60% more damage. And now we need to, our 5 glory gets to 10 glory a second. That is still 20 seconds we need each time to gain our banner, assuming only that new node on the tactician. I do not know if we can have even half the time banner uptime. So I'm not gonna be starting it. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, and if I see enough promising things in the patch, during the patch, or if the fallen formation gets reintroduced and we gain our permanent banners again, or the valor scaling is increased again or anything, or we get a support gem for that, I'm gonna go for it. But I can't start it, and I can't release a guide recommending going for that if we don't know how good the uptime on it is. So that is what happened to my banner build. Also, artillery ballista, now siege ballista nerfed, siege cascade nerfed, a glacial bolt nerfed, our single target setup, our preferred, is bad, our clear skill is worse, it has a higher delay, so it's gonna be more annoying to set up, and they also removed the lost tower, or what it was called, to utilize the low life damage nodes. We just got a heavy hit on that build, which came for me out of nowhere. So I'm just setting it on the back burner and focusing on the Spiral Volley build. Yeah, 37. Just want to really make sure that we grab those pen notes there. Five is... Also, hey Matt, how you doing, buddy? Sorry for the delayed greeting. I was in my banner rant. 38 to, let's say 48. Alright. So this is the point when we... Oh no, actually, how do I do this? On Amazon, we would be going for crit now. We don't go for crit on the Deadeye, because we just don't get the access to it. Actually, we can get the access to it. I just realized we grab Eagle Eyes, which gives us the critical weakness node, and we can use Voltaic Mark. But that is not nearly enough setup. Spiral Volley Deadeye will work, but it's gonna come online later than on a Huntress. Because we can't get as easy into crit as we can get on a Huntress, even with the critical weakness node and the potential of the cold shots node. Yeah, no, I will make a second POB for Huntress. This one is just gonna be the Ranger, but I don't know how I will grab the notes on the Ranger from here. So normally I would grab a little bit of crit. I think here I will just get Forces of Nature. Then we can grab... What are other great damage increases? If we have a good banner, Master Fledgling is good. Alright. I screwed up. I'm just gonna look at what I used to do on a Ranger before I save. I completely forgot that we can't just go straight up crit on a ranger. Alright, let's see what we're used to. We grab these. Right, we can grab Giant Slayer. Pierce the heart because of lightning. Shock magnitude. Coming calamity. Storm surge. Kite runner, okay. Harness and ambulance is not gonna be as great. I think we can have at most 2 elements or 3 elements on enemies. And we don't need more pen at this point in the campaign. That's 45 pen, over 45 pen actually. We have here. So we don't need Pierce during campaign and early maps. I think it's this passage we take. We go here. Grab this. Go grab this. Ah, yeah, right. Falcon technique and dexterity. Enhanced reflexes. Yeah, sure. That's a good pathing. Alright, 43. Grab that for speed. 44. 46. 48. Copy. Huntress campaign is gonna be. Yeah, that's why I grabbed it now. We grab it right after we got the crit. So we rush lightning rod because lucky lightning damage is insane. After we grab the movement speed here and here and slightly more damage here. Then we grab the pen because at this point we are getting towards the bosses that do have resistances. And then we grab the last bit of pen, which will get us into all the resistance pen we need for campaign. And we grab the rest of movement speed here. $49 to $58. So we can grab Falcon techniques. And then we can grab enhanced reflexes. Beast of skin we only need once we have good a body. $56, so there's more movement speed. And it's just pen, we don't need more pen right now. Actually, maybe this is a good point where we start using... We don't have any notes that we want for the weapon swap yet. We don't really care about the shock magnitude that much. Also, I really want to know the new notes on the tree, if there's any major changes in our pathing. So I think today's run, I want to use Stormcaller in Act 1. And then I swap into Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod as we progress through Act 2 and get the other support gems. This allows us to get Innovate guaranteed when we get Herald of Thunder, meaning we have slightly better clear. If we force Lightning Arrow in Act 1, we are missing one support gem. We need to get Lucky Drop if we want Innovate during Act 1. Well, that's my thought process behind that. 56. 58. Seven is 59 to 68, and then we do one big jump. We gain Falcon Technique. And I would say Falcon Technique is pretty strong. I think so. That's what we're testing today. Like, by just the decks we can grab on tree, we already get a lot of attack speed. And there's a nerf coming to Martial Tempo, so we want all the attack speed we can get now. Oh, it definitely can feel good. But what I just said is that if we force Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod and don't get a random support gem dropped, we cannot do that and use Innervate on Herald of Thunder. Meaning that while our boss damage is gonna be good, we lose damage on our clear, which means we're gonna be spending more time in zones, we're gonna be doing less damage, meaning we're gonna be getting less XP, or we need to go slower. So I'm just... We need to find the right balance now. Like we figured out what is strong. We figured out what we want for optimized damage. But now we need to find the right balance between single target damage and clear. And once we have found that balance and it feels good, then we can go and have a full guide. I think our early gems do not change unless like some slight nerfs. I'm pretty sure that's still a T2. And it might be an increase now, not a more, making it really weak actually, if primal armament is an increase. It's a good note, but we are spending 2 traveling nodes. Actually, never mind, this is just a great pickup. Yeah. Usano, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much, buddy. It's a good call. I was expecting it to be slightly weaker. Can grab that first still, and then grab this. It's 63, so we have 5 more. It's good to be up here, because resonance. Yeah, I'm grabbing the ball wheel next. At least this node. Lashutai, I appreciate the follow as well, buddy. We don't need the pierce, because we are not using Lightning Arrow for clear. Maybe that actually is what could make Lightning Arrow work for clear, but I feel like we want a Stormcaller for campaign, or Electrocuting Arrow if it's good for campaign. As someone who is first time in PoE2 and played last League of PoE1 and enjoyed a lot, do you recommend me to start with Deadeye and will... So, Deadeye is gonna be a lot of attention on it. And Path of Exile 2 is a very different experience from Path of Exile 1. The pacing is very, very much slower, and there is much more incentive on bosses. I don't know how you played PoE1, how far you gotten in PoE1, and what your preferred build is, what your preferred playstyle is. My general recommendation right now for a very smooth start into PoE2 would actually going with a Lich, because it's the ascendancy with the most defenses, And it can go ED Contagion, which has a very good early scaling. Like, it's what used to be the Toxic Rain or the Arc Witch or the Righteous Fire build of PoE1 is ED Contagion in PoE2. It's just gonna be the build that has a very smooth and simple learning curve. And then afterwards you can transition to whatever once you settled in and how PoE2 feels. Would you have near the crit bit for 5 points instead for 6? What do you mean, Inconox? On an Amazon or a Ranger, Deadeye and Huntress is... both is better. Near acrobatics. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. No hands, Grandpa. I appreciate the follow. We gonna be having there eventually, but early on, because of the priority of the nodes, I would assume so, but I'm not a hardcore gamer. I really want to stress this, that I'm not good at hardcore recommendations. I'm a softcore player, I like to brute force bosses in PoE1, and I usually go damage before survivability, which is also why I'm going lightning arrow, lightning rod on PoE2. Either I nuke the boss or I get nuked. That's my way to go in the game. You were with multi-mirror budget in PoE1 and playing a lot, enjoying it a lot. I would, if you can, download PoE2 right now, do a practice run on both, see how it feels for campaign, see how the pacing feels, how the bossing feels. And if you enjoy it, sure, go for it. And with what you said, what you did in PoE1, you can definitely go Deadeye. As long as you're ahead of the curve of the average player, you can get the items for cheaper. Only if you start slowing down and falling into the wave of players as they get their upgrades, you will be taxed by the popularity tax. Harness elements. I used to grab this node, and I really used to like it, but because of the current changes, or how we currently play, we are basically only applying shock. Which means we only have one element. We used to have at least 2 elements because we had easy ways to apply ignite, which they are changing. We no longer have guaranteed ignite, it stacks up flammability, and that eventually procs an ignite. And Frostbomb now applies exposure, so we also don't have a guaranteed chill anymore. So harness the elements we just skip, and instead we are grabbing these 4 damage nodes, which also allows us later to pick Primal Sundering as a one node. That is just the better pathing early on, I feel like. And then we rush for maiming strikes to have maim, and we gain movement speed here, little bit of damage and survivability here, and then lightning rod. Exploit I was considering, but again, I don't really need it. We get our shock buff to 8 seconds, and it's just a little bit of damage compared to just rushing lightning rod and grabbing the skill speed, which, again, we're getting a nerf to martial tempo. We need all the speed we can get. Mass, I'm pretty sure the plan is still that. We're gonna be slightly delaying lightning arrow, lightning rod for campaign out of Act 1 into Act 2. And I think it's gonna be smoother overall, while being slightly weaker on the boss, it's gonna be stronger in the zones. Magnitude of Shock is something that I would only do with an offense setup, because while it increases our damage, we can just have an offense setup applying a Stormcaller arrow later on to... I'm currently working on this POB as we speak. It's the old 0.1 leveling POB I had, and I will fix it up right now, and then I'm gonna get it out to you guys. So Magnitude of Shock is something I would only do with an offense swap. Will you tax a lot if it's not fast enough? Do you have any for me that is good early and late for farming stuff? I'm a type of guy that likes to play one class and stick with it. It's not my specialty, but I heard a lot of excitement about the Witch using Lich early on for what I said, an easy transition, being tanky, getting through the game, and then swapping to, once you have some gear, to the Blood Witch, which got buffed, having a lot of damage capabilities and a scaling life. This is a good combination. Otherwise, I would say... what is another good thing that is just gonna be running through campaign modes? I mean, you can't just stick to Deadeye. If you gotta play all the way anyway, even if things is more expensive, on the Deadeye you're not gonna be making anything wrong. You will get your stuff eventually. Alright. Oh, let's get stuff. Deadeye, I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Let's get this a bit more fixed up. We need 4 more points. What would be the next thing I'd be grabbing? We can start doing this in the offhand. One more thing which we likely be going to be using for offhand is that during campaign at least, I might not using the shock thingy at all. And for campaign, we are gonna be utilizing spear disengage. And we're gonna be chaining disengage and escape shot to move through the zone very quickly. With the swapping being instant, that is what I hope is gonna be a very smooth moving around. Escape shot when we have a pack, then disengage to get to the next pack, escape shot, kill the pack, disengage, and repeat this. This might be good. We also need to see how good electrocuting arrow is gonna be. I mean, exploit is not... So, my reasoning for not going exploit is, there's nothing else we want here. I want nodes that I'm using early and late, or at least prepare a traveling path for later. Just to have less inconvenience. Exploit is just a bit of damage, but we actually have already a lot of increased damage. Look at all these increased damage nodes we already have. I don't feel like we need exploit. If we travel from above, we are skipping out of acceleration and a jewel socket. And it's a longer passing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, again, it's a mix of things. We have a more efficient pathing. We don't really need the stat nodes early. So we don't really do much with them from above or bottom, but we can pick up strengths or int requirements as we need. We don't need the increased damage on exploit. We have enough increase in damage. We just need, at this point, more utility. This is actually also the point where I start picking up some survivability and slowly transition into the crit setup. It's also likely when we're gonna be getting our third passive point. Stupid question. There are no stupid questions. I mean, there might be some, but I'm pretty sure the one you're gonna be asking is not one. If you try to re-rush and be ahead of other players, how do you know what items to buy for cheap before they get expensively taxed? So there's... You don't always know what there is. Based on your own knowledge, you need to make educated guesses on what uniques are powerful. Do I think items are going to be meta? Do I think items going to be spiked? This can also be getting experience from previous leaks. So maybe it's a mix of look at what the people ahead of you are doing, try to snipe on stream and get the things early, and then utilize that combined with your own experience to buy rares and make good filters to maybe buy unfinished items and finish them yourself. Also, Salad, the leaks have not shown Stomping Grounds. There is a very high chance that Stomping Grounds just doesn't exist anymore. Until you see the Stomping Ground gem, I will not plan with it. If it still exists in the game, go ahead and plan with it. Otherwise, I'm just not risking a Stomping Ground. No, they don't. That's the entire point. They said there's a massive change to support gems. They removed some, they changed some. Did they mention that martial tempo is now an increase and not a more anymore? I just feel like that we can't assume support gem stays. I don't expect Volt and Stomping Ground to not stay. I expect a lot of changes. I'm planning with what I have now, but I don't think a lot of the really, really massive support gems that are unique in their own sense are gonna stay the way they currently are. Might be offset a bit when the Abyss crafting, like Unveil not too expensive, might work fine. Yeah. I just don't believe that they are gonna be ignoring sheer charge. That is my assumption at the moment. I don't think they're gonna be leaving that in the game. Alright, what did I wanted? I need more notes. Which ones were we taking? What else we used to take? Don't need the charm notes, we don't need more pen. Right. We can pick up here. Actually a good idea to pick that up. Pick this up. Yeah, that's a good call for this stage. Alright, and now we're gonna be going the end game 69 to, let's say, to 84. This is where we're gonna be going. This is still pre-crit, and then we're gonna be doing a crit swap. No, actually, we have Eagle Eye. We just gonna start going for crits. So we pick this. We pick that. Rub this. And while we are ready here, rub that. This is 84. Oh, this is 96. That's way too many notes at once. Okay. That's too many notes at once. Oops. 89. 87. Drop those again. 85. Good enough. And then we go 86 to 94. I think the going into standard looking at the gems there is gonna be interesting. But on the other hand, I just hope that we get the gems beforehand. I really hope that we don't need to see gem and gem numbers again on start. It would just feel really shitty. 89. 98. Okay. We're gonna take a proper pathing here though. Don't need this. Grab that over here and this. Drop out of these nodes. 98, and we have some cleanup. And we don't need those nodes anymore. Once we have the... Oh no, I can assume that. Might be too rare. That's okay. And use that. This is only really good on Amazon. We don't need that on bow. There we go. 94. We take it. That's... I think this is gonna be the ranger pathing. Yeah, I really pray for 3 tomorrow. I really hope that we get a tree tomorrow. We had to wait way too long on the tree for .2. We only got it with the torrent download on Thursday, and we didn't have gems till launch. It was really harsh. I hope that is not gonna be repeated this time. But yeah, this is more or less the tree we want to have on a Deadeye. I'm gonna save this and ranger leveling, and then I'm gonna save this so that this is still retained my old information. This is on the new one. Perfect. Okay. Now we need to fix our jump setups and the node setups. We can keep this. Alright. So, Act 1. We have martial tempo, scatter shot, lightning infusion and bosses. We have lightning arrow from level 1. Freezing with magnified effect is better than glaciation. You're really hoping they add more minion support on the warrior side on the tree for manifest weapons? Actually, I have never played a warrior. I don't know how bad that is, but that sounds like an interesting build. I think we can keep Contagion Frostbomb. Frostbomb we still use. I don't think we need Sheer Charge. Instead, I'm gonna be adding Disengage. As I think Disengage is gonna be more interesting on our offhand. So we have... Don't care about the shield, so that's not here. Herald of Thunder. Innovate. Contagion, Frostbomb. We start with Lightning Arrow. We then get Stormcaller at 6. Freezing Salve we gain last. We use Disengage with the second gem. And we want Escape Shot at some point, I think. Disengage, Escape Shot for mobility. I think. I don't know how good it's gonna be. And we also might have the Escape Shot with Freezing Salve for additional single target damage. I heard with in the last 3 podcasts with Leukohol, Dreamcore, and Zergog that apparently the Chinese players were really hyping up armor and really complaining about pure evasion build, which apparently resulted in the hyper buff to evasion and the nerf to warriors, combined with all the speedrunning being really powerful on the warrior. But I don't know how true that is and how much that is just speculation. Right. And Act 2, we're gonna be using still Stormcaller, Scattershot, Martial Tempo for clear. We're gonna be replacing that with Lightning Infusion all the time. And then we have Lightning Rod with Lightning Rod we linking with Scattershot, Lightning Infusion, and Conk Effect. Drop Scatter after Dual Shot. Spectral Volley turned out to not be good. So Lightning Arrow we use with Chain and Martial Tempo, just to proc as many Lightning Rods as possible. Here we had Magnified. We don't need Sheer Charge. We don't need Voltaic Mark. Don't need Lightning Infusion, Herald of Thunder. Hey MD, how you doing, buddy? Barrage Premediation. Don't care about Leap Slam. Instead we have Disengage and Escape Shot. I think we might be replacing Barrage with Ice-Tipped Arrows, or adding Ice-Tipped Arrows into the build if Freezing Salvo is really powerful. That needs testing. You could just join me and practice some PoE2 and don't worry about last epoch. That should be the gem setups. Gas Arrow is no longer good. We're not doing gas arrows here. So we have Stormcaller Arrow with Martial Tempo, Primal Armament, and Lightning Infusion. We have Lightning Rod with Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect, and what was the last one I had? Yeah, I think it's a neat thing for viewers. For the player itself, it's not that important, but for viewers, it's very easy to just see what people are up to. We also don't have the extension on the left of the screen where you can just look at my character, which I'm also really missing for PoE2. I hope that that gets updated soon. I assume so as well. I think it's also the lack of API access for PoE2 at the moment. It's very limited, very restricted at the moment still.
We have arrived. The Vasteria.
Primal Armament, Conk Effect, Lightning Infusion, okay. And Lightning Arrow we have Chain, Martial Tempo, and we linked in Bolt's Eye, but that was on Huntress. What will we use in the upcoming patch? I think just a second Primal Armament. So Lightning Arrow deals a little bit more damage. Then we have Barrage, that stays. This is Magnified Effect. And if we can get another support, what would be our third support on freezing salvo. What would be put there? Likely cold infusion. We don't care about Rotate Mark, we don't care about Leap Slam. We put long shot on Herald of Thunder. We have Wind Dancer. We add Blind and Maim. It's a very low priority, but at this point we are just throwing in the support gems as we get them. This means we are missing Disengage and Escape Shot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. In the current iteration, we don't have freezing salvo at this point anymore. This is the assumption of this setup. Is assumption that freezing salvo escape shot is not good, and I'm gonna make one setup that's gonna work for freezing salvo for single target in a moment. We're gonna make that as a speculative setup. But this will be the... No, actually that's a lie. We also want Tornado Shot with Persistence and Over Evidence. 1, 2, 3. So this would be... No, I think we will drop Disengage and just use Escape Shot in that case. With the buff to mobility. So this would be our normal gem pathing. And now we make freezing salvo. Single target setup. So in that we still use Stormcaller likely for we likely use electrocuting arrow. This is the speculative setup. Electrocuting arrow for clear. What I don't use this. As far as I know, we use Barrage. If we don't have setup window, we use Barrage with the Lightning Rod because the more damage of it, the empowered more damage to make Lightning Rod deal as much damage as possible. But yes, if we have setup time, we do it this way to cause max explosions. So we have Stormcaller still for clear, but our single target is Lightning Rod. We drop Lightning Arrow. We have Freezing Salvo, and we likely not gonna be using Hourglass on here anymore. We use Cold Infusion. We still have that for clear, and then we use the new gem, which is Cold Tipped Arrows. So that setup would be use Cold Tipped Arrows, Barrage, Lightning Rods, fire as many Lightning Rods on the ground as possible, and then you do Escape Shot, Freezing Salvo on top of those, and hopefully nuke the boss. Maybe we don't even need Escape Shot with Cold Tipped Arrows. But that might be absolutely insane, but we again have to see how the interaction is gonna be. And if we do that for Act 3, our Freezing Salvo would be getting Primal Armament. Our Stormcaller gets Primal Armament. Our Lightning Rod gets Our lightning rod doesn't really need that. Our lightning rod keeps scattershot because we just need hits, actually. Yeah, if this is good, this is gonna be the magnetic salvo of 0.3. This would likely be the setup in Act 3 then. Then we have this with lightning infusion, barrage, disengage, escape shot, and cold tipped arrows. I'm really curious how this is gonna behave. And again, we might have electrocuting arrow instead of Stormcaller next patch. But again, also there. I expect the numbers on electrocuting arrow to change because there's no longer an inconvenience of using said skill. Alright, so this is the leveling for the Ranger done. Meaning, oh no, actually it's not. We still need to check here. So we get Frostbomb, that stays. We have this. Mudbow, Byra, Grellwood, Martial Tempo. Martial Tempo and basic attacks. I honestly, if somebody gets it nerfed, it's Fabgun and his community. Like, GGG definitely has people sitting in his chat. I don't think GGG has anybody sitting in my chat. As long as nobody hears, what is the word? I've forgotten the term. What was it in the kids' tattle? If there are no tattletales in this chat, we gotta be fine. Then it's not gonna be our fault that it gets nerfed. Alright. That stays the same. We don't need this at all. Railroad, Martial Tempo, Stormcaller. We're gonna be using that. Scattershot. Cemetery of Eternals. We no longer go for concentrated effect. We instead go for lightning infusion. Lightning infusion is green. So here's the thing. Yes and no. It would be a true combo in GGG's design, but bow builds are still not meant to have the highest single target damage. The design vision for bow builds is to be the squishy build that clears screens. The fantasy of a Deadeye is you run around with your bow, you keep shooting at enemies, and stuff around you dies. And then you face a boss, and it's gonna be this dodge and weave, fire arrows at the boss, dodge roll again, fire arrows at the boss. So if the single target damage of bow builds is too high, we will get them nerfed. I mean, I really don't know why they gave it to us, but I'm very happy that they did. We really needed that. 40% less damage is gonna be huge. Especially because the evasion rating applies to spells and attacks in PoE2. Just not to AoE stuff. Alright, and we use lightning infusion instead of concentrated effect. Then Stormcaller arrow. Yes, we used Wind Dancer after Azakbok. There it is. No, I have it. Uh, Here's where we get disengage. So armor is garbage. Warrior got worse builds, got a bit more manageable. Supposedly the mana cost, high mana cost. And both Xbox spheres got buffed with the addition of deflect, instant swap, multi support. Hey, somebody at GG is just a really huge Ranger fan. Robel, innovate on Herald of Thunder. Loot, Phrazon. Here's where we get that. Topaz Jump for Act 2. We learned recently the Executioner also gives a guaranteed uncut support gem. We get Freezing Salve with Hourglass and Magnified Effect. And then we drop Contagion. We no longer drop Frostbomb because Frostbomb is part of our single target rotation until the exposure drops off. And the exposure can get negative, so it's really powerful in Act 1. Barrage. So here we might be able to get full-tipped arrow. Yeah, that's fair. If you don't enjoy it, you don't have to use it. But it's gotta be noticeable. Minus 20 lightning arrest, once we have Stormcaller, is gotta be a really big damage buff. Which is also why I think we don't need to actually get we don't need to actually use Stormcaller that early. We don't need to use Lightning Rod that early. And only once our Frostbomb starts dropping off its all exposure, then we're gonna be wanting to start using Lightning Rod. And we already have that. Why did I put that there? Alright, more here. I don't really want to change. Just because we don't know the exact changes to later acts. But this will be... This is no longer up to date. This will be the Ranger leveling. So if you're on a Deadeye, I have the POB here. So we have... Warning. Still do not know. 0.3. gem changes and passive tree. And this is edit ranger Deadeye leveling PoB. And then we need Huntress Amazon leveling PoB next. Alright. So now we are gonna be taking this and save as Huntress leveling. And we're gonna need to change this into Huntress. And I'm just gonna remake the trees as I practiced. So instead of going for Eagle Eye here, which is just not that great, we're gonna be grabbing stat nodes. And those stat nodes, early stat nodes, are flexible. But I'm just gonna recommend only dexterity nodes here. Copy to 15 to 28. Why it's there at the bottom? Right, that's 25. Then we do 25 out of this. Then we copy this, and we have 26 to, I think it was 32 is when we get the next checkpoint. It was already rainbow. Now it's still rainbow. Yeah, 33. No, that's a lie. I know we get it on 31. Because I got it on 31 on my practice run. With this exact pathing. Also, we get Predatory Instinct first. Atrix 0, yep. We are still working on the guide. We have mostly figured it out. I'm now writing it all down, updating it in advance for the next next week, so we already have it. Gonna also update the written here one next. Just get everything cleaned up and updated, so that when the actual passive key drops, we can very quickly change this and adapt it. Why did you start Rune Master, Nelly? You wanted a ranger build. Turns out its spin to win is not only busted, but three screens into the map, it gets full screen AoE. Yep, Cyclone in PoE in last Epo is pretty cool. Mr. Hua, it's going good. We are updating the PoB for Ranger leveling and Huntress leveling. I'm splitting it into two because there's a different pathing we do now. We can go crit very early on Huntress. And I'm just getting everything cleaned up, and then we're gonna be enjoying some more practice runs. 31 to 34. Oh, no, yeah. I just moved at the wrong point. 32 to 34. 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 32 Yeah, right now I'm gonna keep my practice ones from 1 to 3 just because of the sheer amount of time PoE2 takes, and we don't really know what's gonna be happening afterwards anyway. You're new to the game like this, going through the story, fumbling your way. Yeah, go at your own pace. Don't let yourself get rushed. Play the game in a way you enjoy. This will result in the most fun you're gonna be having with PoE2. Don't feel forced to play it in a way just because somebody said, oh, it's the best way, or it's the most fun way. Go in the way you enjoy. Path of Exile 2 is a really amazing game. They really done some great jobs on it. It's gonna need a little bit more cleanup in some cases, but it's overall really great. Yo, Hedgig redeemed first. Hedgig redeemed first. 1 hour, 20 minutes into the stream. Ah, nice. Minions Chaos Dot Witch. That sounds like fun. Ah, come on, MD. I'm busy doing stuff here. Not now. One, two. Dang it, he remembered to do it again. There are definitely new ones, but we don't know what they do yet. Yeah, I mean, that's how Chaos Skills are, or ED Contagion is kind of meant to be. It's meant to be a really cool build for clear, but its weakness is in a single target area. Hey, yo, Lloyd. I am prepping the Huntress and Ranger leveling POVs and the written guide in advancement for hopefully seeing the new passive tree and gems tomorrow. We go from 35 to 48 here. So the cool thing about doing this on a Ranger, on an Amazon now. Wait. 4 or 5, okay. Is that the moment we get critical sense strike, even with the nerf, we're gonna get very easy access to crit now. And with this easy access to crit, we can already start using crit nodes. So we are very efficient in our pathing starting at this point. Um, yeah. So things like Stormcaller. Wait, what? Oh, I'm in a weapon set 2, that's why. Like here, those are all. We're basically just we are going bows all the way. We are starting with bows, we are leveling as bows, and in late game we're gonna be using bows. I have considered Hollow Palm, but it was sorry, to phrase it differently. There's a very cool skill in the game right now that I wanted to play really much. At first I wanted to make a Bannerman, that one got changed and nerfed. So I decided I'm gonna go for my plan B, which is Spiral Volley. An absolute amazing skill in the late game. Which is just really cool, and it is already guaranteed to work. I'm not a big fan of going for something where we don't know all the details. So I prefer to go for builds that... Well, I already tested, or can test in the early game. Yeah. So this is gonna be my League starter. Open the map. Ah, you just beat Asenia. Yeah, like I said, just go on your own pace. So, Mr. Hu, I apologize. It might be a bit spoilery.
Come on!
And I thought this is gonna be a lot more fun than Holopalm to me. Actually, wait, let me... I got told to test this with a headhunter. I haven't actually tested this with a headhunter yet.
What is it?
If first you don't succeed. I'll take that.
I mean, we also gonna be losing a crazy amount of crit on Deadeye. I mean, yeah. I can show it without as well in a moment. Proximity,
That was almost a
tangibility.
challenge.
I mean, it just runs around and kills everything. Alright, I wanted to test the breach with Headhunter and Gamble Shot. Hey, Castle, we're rich.
I'll not say no to that.
Hey, PoE Undertaker, how you doing, buddy? Alright, without late game items. I argue that Ingenuity you can achieve, not that... It's not that hard to achieve. Like, it's not an uncommon drop, and early on it's actually just a Divine or two. And I just don't have another belt on me. Ah, that's fake, so... Without late game items. This is, by the way, SSF gear. This is not min-max gear. It's just random gear I got dropped or I got handed. '59 daily map. Yeah, I didn't say it's my SSF gear. He farmed it up in SSF. Like, this is gear that I would argue you can expect around end of day 2, day 3. This is a 59% daily T15 map.
A worthy foe.
What is that? A ray buckle? Don't know what that is. Oh, look! The rares died.
The hunt is on.
That's fair enough. One thing to consider, this build is very low on life total. Not this build in general, but the gear I have, because Dreamy run with supports. So you didn't need it that much life. I'm just very excited to do this at launch. When I actually care about the loot I see. Everything perishes. You don't need defenses? I disagree. You need at least a little bit of defense. Like a... I'm sitting at 6k evasion. I want to sit at 10k plus.
That were almost a challenge.
Oh, another chaos orb. Keep in mind this is PoE2. We own juiced maps. We don't have retries. Yeah. I'm just left clicking. This is a Ventos? Got a Ventos!
Shit, another hunt, another trophy.
Like, I don't even notice really that this is a daily map outside of course, the daily fog.
Take this.
And breach time. And everything's cleared. Oh, I died. Look at this. It just destroys the screen. The breach can't even keep up with enemies spawning.
Proof of my prowess.
Oh look, there was another rare. Hey! Let me attack. Why is there a dot I don't see? There we go. Like, the funniest part is we're using lightning arrow for single target. 74 breach printers, yo. Alright. Enough, I need to finish the POV. I feel like these random maps I run, I feel like the loot pretty decent. And with Abyss, it's gonna be fine, I think.
What is? Yes.
Alright, what we got here? What is this? Sun Splinter. We got +3 to fire, 2 to cold, 1 to lightning, and we got 3 lightning res, 1 cold res, 2 fire res. Mid-wall on evasion rating.
Time is not on our side.
Interesting. And what we got here? We got T1 hybrid. T2 ignite, T3, T3. Wow. The Ventos? Yo, +1 spirit. Alright, so let me explain how this works. The whole interaction of this build is built into Spire Volley. Infused Weapon is really, really amazing with Spire Volley, but not required. This build can work on a Deadeye.
Speak.
Like, in Deadeye we get Tailwind, we get the critical weakness, we get the auto marking, and we get far shot. Or point blank if we care about single target damage. The projectile does near nothing for
Try
us.
not to cook it up a second time.
So if we go into a different map. Alright, I completely forgot that I lose those supports. For me it was like, yeah, those are just staying in there, and when I reallocate it, I get it back. But even without infusion, like, yeah, if you unallocate a skill granted by things. So. And we got the frenzy charges, and we start consuming them. And they're the rare side. It's less fancy now. We don't get crazy explosions. And the screen stat, and the rare stat.
You're mine.
And that rare stat. That rare stat.
Got my fingers crossed.
And that rare stat. I do not know. I think for Hollow Palm you really want to be on a Tayula Monk. I don't know why, but I have the feeling volatility will be crazy. I feel like volatility is gonna be crazy. I'm currently working. I don't have updated commands for PoE2 yet. But if you look on my Mobalytics profile, I've released an early version of the Spire Volley guide. Still using the 0.2 stuff. That you can take a look at. The POB is on itself is done at the moment. But it's not a finalized one yet. I'm still waiting for stuff. I mean, that's something I really have to try this patch. With Toxic Rose being changed. Look, we didn't even have the rare on screen. And the rare died. Three rares died there. No, there was one left. And the last one. Alright, where's the boss at? Let me show the single target of this. Keep in mind, again, I'm using a very scuffed version. Because of that, I have low survivability. But let me show the single target approach. Yeah, beasts are insane. So, we're gonna pre-fire Lightning Rod. And that. Oh! Where did the boss go? That was the highest difficulty boss, by the way. On a rare map. Did we have anything that made a boss tanky? No, they just had a bunch of damage. So, yeah. That's gonna be. That build is pretty good. We have a breach left.
A clean kill.
We lose a little bit of fanciness without infused weapon. admittedly. But the damage is still fine. I would not go on a Deadeye. I mean, yeah, I know, I would go on a Deadeye on this as well. I would go anything on this right now, because it's just insane. Stop with the proximity. Thank you. Fevin, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much, buddy. And enemy's dead. And 7 Sky1, I appreciate the follow from you too, buddy. I know. With the nerfs to Lightning Spear and the assumption that Volt no longer exists in the game, this is just gonna nuke straight through. This is gonna be the new Lightning Spear in my opinion. And we have several options for single target. We can go Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod. We are on Frenzy Charges. So if we can generate those on boss, we could go with Wind Serpent's Fury. We can go with the Freezing Salvo setup if it works. We have so many options. I feel really confident on this build. As long as they don't absolutely gut Spiral Volley out of nowhere. This is on a Huntress, but you can also do this on a Deadeye. Yeah, there go my support gems. Alright, what did I had? That were my support gems. Gems, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Infuse weapon. Huh? Where's my infused weapon? Alright. Innovate. Exploit. Magnified. Lightning Infusion, and finally Reach. Oh. Don't remember what the last gem I had in there is. I think it was Execute. Now we see it. Alright. Fixed. Brand VIP, I appreciate the follow. Also, I like. How you doing, buddy? So, let me show this to be fully transparent on this. I am currently. This Spiral Volley Amazon is for the end game. It is, with the exception of passive tree and gem that we don't have access to yet, is 0.3 ready. As long as there are no major hidden changes that they haven't put into the patch notes, this build is gonna be great for the upcoming patch. You just saw it. I can delete bosses, I can delete maps, it's gonna be fine. I'm currently updating the leveling for both Huntress and Ranger for the league start. I'm currently updating this to 0.3. This will include what the best way I found for leveling both. What do you mean? The difference is insane. On Huntress, every projectile of Spiral Volley causes an explosion. That is 28 or 29 explosions at max quality on a level 19 gem. The entire screen is exploding. We hit everything. That's amazing. You can do this on a Deadeye. So, Infused Weapon gives us, and in this case we're using the Lightning Infusion, a Lightning Infused charge whenever we consume a Frenzy Charge. Spiral Volley on use consumes all Frenzy Charges we have, giving us 3 infusions in the upcoming patch for each charge we consume. Then one Spiral Volley attack consumes a singular charge and causes on every arrow Spiral Volley fires an explosion. Meaning that the entire screen explodes and we have the most insane clear, even better than Lightning Spear. Like, how is this not S tier? Yeah, we can add that on top. That's not the bottleneck of this build. But look at this. How is this clear not S tier?
Bloody fossil!
Everything on the screen is dead, and we have 5 charges. We attack, we have 5 charges again. We attack, everything is dead, we have 5 charges again. And again. And again. Look, there was a rare off screen that died.
Clean kill!
Look, and it died again. It's 180. I'm still working on a way to make it work for single target. Look, rare died. Yes, I just showed it. It can work on a Deadeye. But all these explosions that I'm firing, all these blue explosions you see, you cannot have on a Deadeye. Like, the Spiral Volley interaction works. The Spiral Volley itself works on Deadeye. But it's so much better on Huntress.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
Look at the entire screen being free of enemies when we attack once. How is that not satisfying?
Now we're talking.
And it chains! It chains 5 times! I don't expect this to be much expensive. Because we are not competing on our main weapon with the Deadeyes. Because we go for an accuracy weapon. Like, Deadeye will be stronger for other things, but not for Spiral Volley. These explosions add so much to the clear. Let me show you the absurdity when you get a little bit of investment into the build. Like, the quiver is not cheap, don't get me wrong. But when you have it... Look, all these arrows that do all these crazy interactions. I run out of rares to test on. I also expect it to not be, not having a big AoE. Fair enough, Seven Sky. If you don't enjoy the build, you don't have to play it for obvious reasons. I'm not forcing this on anyone. I believe that it's insane, and I'm gonna be very excited to play it. Aye, why are you moving? I mean, in theory, we don't rely on the body slot. We can just drop it in on it. But I'm planning to use the Hyries on the build instead. For the acrobatics without downside.
Yes.
Alright.
Go. But as hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Let's finish the POB. What do you learn, Mr. Hua? Um... Thought I had one remaining somewhere. There. Talking about a showcase build. My rest is in shambles. Hey, these gloves. Why am I keep missing int?
Go on.
New day dawns.
What you mean, why not speedrun it first 3 acts? I first want to finish the POBs and then I'm gonna do campaign practice. If you equip a scepter and weapon set, you still add to your spirit pool. Are you sure you're not just forcing to swap to weapon set too? 1 tailwind, 2 tailwind.
That was almost a challenge.
8, 9. I'm making leveling POBs, yes. Interesting. Oh, I got hit. The issue is that we only get 1 tailwind for each attack we do, and we always clear the entire screen. So it's a bit harder to stack up the tailwind.
The thrill of the hunt.
So I'm hoping for other ways to improve the attack speed or the skill speed. Lol. We just run all the way around here before the breach closed and cleared this part of the breach. Honestly speaking, I'm giga convinced on this build. And we utilize the explosions for even more clear. The clear is insane, and that's the entire point of this build. We are utilizing whatever is best for single target to get our pinnacles done or get a carry for that, and our main focus is juicing maps and clearing. Like, that's the entire point of this. I'm not worried about single target at all. My main focus is mapping. Alright. POB time. I can't keep getting distracted. Yeah, but then you need a really good weapon. What did I use? I used a... My bow has... Look, not even 100% fizz. It has a high accuracy, and that's it. It has a bit of attack speed and high accuracy rating. This is water. This is sparkling water. I appreciate the follow, Reformed Communars. Like, comparing the ascendancies. This ascendancy, even with the nerf, at the end of campaign, we are likely gonna be very close to crit capped. We have Predatory Instinct, which is a massive damage boost early on, and the infusions once we start using Spiral Volley. Later on, we can get the Life Leech based on elemental damage, which is gonna be great for survivability, or we can use Sulking Penta and going hybrid. On a Deadeye, we gain a damage increase, which we also have on the Huntress. Tailwind, which we couldn't get with the helmet if we really want to force it. But with the new belt and movement speed boots, I don't think we're gonna be needing it. Then the additional mark, which is changed to the mark meta skill. I don't know how good it's gonna be. Maybe it's good for single target. I don't think it's gonna be great for clear. And then the change critical weakness. Well, we just said this setup is resulting in not competing with other bow builds for the weapon, and we gain easy crit cap, and here we need to proc a mark for crit. So Huntress has crit during mapping, while the Deadeye has crit during bossing. Sorry, Huntress has always crit, mapping and bossing, and the Deadeye just for bossing. I am more convinced on the Armor Zone than on the Deadeye. That's me personally speaking. I think the explosions are what's convincing me on the Huntress the most. And the campaign. Alright, where are we at? 48, we at 36. We just grabbed the pen notes. What do we want next? What did I grab next here? Next we grab accuracy rating. So we grab these two. 44, and then we grab this Tainted Strikes. And with that, look at the crit chance on enemy distance is 10. Why is... Oh, this one we need. Why does it say crit chance 10%? I'm surprised. In-game it doesn't feel like that. In-game it feels like crit after crit. Why does it say... Huh? I'm surprised about the PoE stats. No, it does work in PoE. Oh, that node. Maybe. But in-game, to show it differently here. Oops, that's the wrong button. And I don't know how correct the in-game values. I clicked on the Amazon. I clicked on the Amazon. On the Amazon, Lightning Rod here, we get up to 52 crit chance. Like, the dead crit here is there, but the bonus. And I believe that. Because it does feel like this. Ah, because our hit chance is not exceeding in in the POB yet. The hit chance here is not exceeding the limit, and that's why it's not affecting the crit chance. That's why the numbers is not updated yet. Yeah, I know that it gets nerfed, but still. Even if it's just... That's base crit, right? Right. Oh yeah, okay. That's why it didn't change. That makes sense. Yeah, I know that we have the crit penalty and everything. Must. I feel confident about this. 5. Yeah. Copy. 6. 49 to 58. Alright, what did we rent for afterwards? We had these. Okay, that's where I stopped. So what would we grab next? I think next we have enough damage. Next we would start working on our quality. We grab escape velocity, freedom of movement. Is there any more speed we can get? I didn't grab that yet. Wait, what? Why am I on the wrong tree? There we go. 48. So we grab more convenience for faster moving. What other speeds we have access to? That does nothing for us yet. There is no more easy access to attack speed. So I think we then go for 53, 56, 58. Oh, it's still 56. Okay. There we go, 58. I think this would then be our maximizing on our damage setup. And also, once we have a good crit weapon, a good accuracy weapon, I mean, we can just swap off Predatory Instinct and grab Penetrate. Like, that's just very easy damage. That's also powerful. And this... actually... No, I think I'm grabbing this over... How much damage we gain from that? That's 9, never mind. We grab this... and this. That's 56. And then we can go for these 2 nodes. And grab that, sure. Then we have 7, which is 59, 68. You had 4 before. After you equip the second scepter and weapon set slot 2, you got 30% more spirit roll. Another scepter, you place your main. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Yes. You can grab this passage over here. That's almost fitting. Just gonna leave it at that. And then we do the jump again. 8 from 69 to 84. Because at that point, we don't really need anything anymore. Just start picking up based on convenience. Alright. That is the tree. One more step. Nine 86 to 94. And here we grab this, this. And what do we drop? There we go. Drop this out again. And grab that. That's 94. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Why do I grab this, but not this? This gets base crit. We are already here. Trim this out again. That is good. 95. I need one more node to cut. Nice. That's a lot of minions. It's likely that we're gonna be dropping this and the pen here. Let's swap that out. Yeah, that works. Alright. That's 3. And we already have the new gems setup we want. And the only thing that changes is... Yo, Slide, how you doing, buddy? The only thing that changes is the nodes here, because we don't get lightning arrow till later on. But I'm not worried about that part right now. I'm just gonna keep it as this for now. And the node section I'm gonna overwork once we know the new gems. Hopefully closer to launch. So we're gonna link this up. I can update. Why can I not update? Huh? What is wrong? Why can I not update this? Remaining. Oh, wow. I forgot about this part. I guess I'm gonna rewrite this after all. MD, stop it! Why are you doing this to me? Nobody else is doing that. No! Slide is joining in. Let me finish my guides. I'm gonna need to rewrite this after all. I can't update the old one. More, Mr. Hua. I appreciate the follow. I think Abyss with the changes compared to PoE1 is gonna be really great. It is definitely gonna be a good way to juice. Can I? What the heck happened? I have too little characters on anything. Alright. As that's not fixed, I just gonna write a new one. Move that there. And create guide. No, create build. I mean, we don't have hordes at least. At least it's not doing hordes again. Alright. Warning. We still do not have access to 0.3 passive tree and gem changes. This guide will be updated. With the 0.2 gems entry and will be updated 4.3 once is public. Alright. With all tracks from speedrun to minimizing time, we're optimizing for damage. Deadeye. Or Amazon. Also do this for Pathfinder. Ritualist. And by respecing to the ascendancy in the end game. There we go, because we can do that now. That was not a thing when I initially wrote this. Also works on Huntress. Late game viability. Hmm. Ranger, leveling, PoB, Huntress, leveling, PoB. Is this the correct one? Yes. And Huntress, correct one. Perfect. Thirty will 94. Self-plugging. Deadeye. Vendor, passive XI2 regex. What we want. Cold, lightning, fire, movement speed. Strength is good, 2 attacks. Yeah, that still works. Alright. What are the significant changes on the 0.3 patch notes for this? Let's remove those for now. Lightning Rod quality got buffed, now granting a second explode on impact. Improving our single target damage noticeably. How's that worded? I'm not good. Alright. What else? Electrocuting arrow. I don't know about that one, Inkunox. Electrocuting arrow might be a good placement for Stormcaller arrows. We need to see new attack damage multiplier. No. Then breathing salvo. Oh wait. Breathing salvo plus escape shot plus cold-tipped arrows plus lightning rod might be insane. Single target damage. We need to see the new attack damage multiplier. So those were the potential things, the lightning rod buff, and we don't know anything about tree yet. Alright. That is the extent. No, actually, that's not the extent. Amazon. What was it called? Critical strikes. Nerfed from 25% to 15%. We need slightly more accuracy rating to get crit capped. Deadeye, cold shots, and eagle eyes. Chain buffed. We need to see how they feel. Good. Alright, did I forget anything else about patch notes changes that affect us? I think we got everything. Yeah. Alright. Access to movement speed notes. Good clear. High single target damage. And disengage as a movement skill. Um, um, Did I forget any pros or cons? Oh, right. Ah, this is leveling. This is not affecting us. Alright. Then we can copy this for the Huntress variant once it's done. Okay. Dual string bow. Lightning damage. Just example stats. What's good? Attack speed and No. Um. Oh, cool. I can copy this over. All right. Sequel quiver. Lightning damage. Level of all. Section bracers. Lightning damage to attacks. Steel toe boots. Movement speed. Even one items are now made. Ah, yo, you just waited till that went off cooldown to instantly redeem it? I need to increase the price in that if people keep redeeming it over and over. Hey, Filakaya. It might be a lot of players gonna be on bow in this league. Wow. I'm not that fit. I can't do that many push-ups. What are you guys doing to me? Why did I add that? Why did I thought it was a good idea to add? Ah. I all honesty, I know this is not good, but I'm actually getting a pain here in my stomach area because I think I'm just not fit enough to hold this body position when doing the push-ups. So I might need to move to a slightly better elevation. Started vest, life, fire, lightning rest, smalls, life. Life and life. Alright. Yeah. I just need to start getting used to doing them repeatedly. It didn't used to be that bad. Alright, and then we have Greater Life Flask, Greater Mana Flask. What was it called? Topaz Charm into Touring Charm. Alright. This time I have the proper explanation, so I don't have the limited. Keep your bow up to date to get as much DP as possible on it. The PV contains all bases, and when you can get them as well, you can different tiers of flat and fist damage. Look for flat damage. No. Let me write this out a bit. Gear. No. Bow. Highest DPS bow you can find till level 28. On level 11 you gain access to the Warden bow. Use that one. Use an Artificer Orb on that one. Won't be getting another upgrade till finishing Act 1. What was the lightning rune called? Storm rune. Happy feet, Tricky. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. And Honeybrains, I appreciate the follow from you as well, buddy. On level 28. I'll be fully honest, I'm really bad with names. If I remember it, I will try to call you Ricky. Ah, I see it. Yeah, I see it in the name. It's Happy Feet Ricky, not Happy Feet Tricky. You found a bugged enemy? What do you mean, Mr. Hua? I just really bad with names, and it takes me a while to remember that. But I will give my best to remember it. I read it double T, and then I realized it's one T, and I had Tricky in my head. He keeps respawning, you can't make a bone crawler out of him. I mean, if that case, just move past him. Ignore him. All good, buddy. I mean, you can do that. The display name can be changed, which just changes the capitalization on your name. Now, if he keeps rewriting, he shouldn't be giving XP anymore, no? That is interesting. Okay, well, time to power level, I guess. Alright. Do not forget to add sockets on the bow. Hey Honeybrains, can you ask me about change to tactician? Do they have any value, or do you just playing safe with a bow build? Okay, so I was really excited about tactician. I had a really cool build planned, But there is a couple of issues with the tactician. A few of the interactions we used got removed. First of all, we can no longer use the fall information. So we can no longer have permanent uptime on our banners unless they do some other changes around it, which we do not know yet. We haven't seen the gems, we haven't seen the passive tree. So I feel not safe enough going on banners because of that change alone. Then the new banners now need 200 glory. And this node get changed to give him 5 glory per second. Even with all the glory on the tree, we can generate at most about 10 glory a second, meaning every 20 seconds we can place a banner. With them only lasting 7 seconds, and we don't know if the Linger node exists, we don't know, we just maybe can have a 50% uptime on them, maybe even less uptime on banners. So I'm just, again, this is all assumptions on the tree. We don't know if they're going to be exactly like that. So this is the first part. We don't have consistent uptime on banners. Then, even if we would still have consistent uptime by banners, this node gives us 5 all reds. They remove the Valor scaling, so we can no longer gain 40 to 50 resistances just by placing a banner. So this is also a nerf. We now need to care about resistances on gear again. We need to prioritize that when going into maps, and we can't just rely on our banner to keep us carried. And then again, because of the change from Valor to Glory, and them now giving us a set number instead of a scaling number, we are losing half the effectiveness of our banners. Instead of 100% more armor evasion, we get 50. Instead of 60% more damage, we gain 30% more damage. Instead of 50% movement speed, we gain 30% movement speed. And all these together just make me unsure if I want to go banners. We could have worked if just the skills got nerfed, but the banner interaction, the key interaction of the build getting hit, is what made me decide to not go banners, and is also what I'm recommending. I made the whole guide, I could release it, but it will just bait people into a build that I don't know if it's gonna work. So I will revisit banners once the leak has dropped, and we know the items, we know the skills, and we know the interactions, and we can work from there. Yes, so you could still go tactician, you could level with grenades, you could use crossbows, and all that would be fine, but banners are gonna be a situational buff, and not a permanent buff. And I don't know how situational it's gonna be. It's just a factor of uncertainty that I don't want to work with. As a new player, I would only go with something that is guaranteed to work. Now, we are in early access, nothing is guaranteed to work. They might always throw changes in, but I will just not take the risk on something that we don't even know if it works right now. I would go with something that we can assume it works right now. That is my recommendation. May you have a leveling POB. People. Alright. It's basically just a host. The page itself is not really that great. You just want to directly import it into your passive building. Boots, and then we have helmet, body, belt, and amulet. Attributes and what else is good? Attributes and defenses. Regularly update your bases, rely on evasion rating from a gear, wind dancer, and gatherings for surviving. If needed, buy from. Yeah, we really need to see some numbers. It's important, but I don't know. I expect to not see anything. Gold rim, girdle, what was the other belt called? No, wait. Midnight's Brain. Yes, we need a tree so much. I really hope we get it. I really hope I wake up tomorrow and the tree is released. That would make my day tomorrow. I could rework the entire guide again. I wouldn't mind. Just give me the tree. Alright. So this is the Ranger version. Right. Let's do a safety save. Got the gear. We no longer use shear charge, so deadline can be removed. For elemental mana leech. So the keystone only affects mana leech, and the Huntress ascendancy only affects life leech. And then there is a note on the Chayula monk that affects both. We need to look for the wording here. Mystic Harvest, for example, says life leech. Right, we need to one thing at a time. One thing at a time. First of all, I'm gonna note down this. Stormcaller error. Martial tempo. Primal armament. Lightning infusion. Lightning rod. Primal armament. Scatter shot. Bonk effect. Lightning infusion. Effect. Primal armament. I want to write that first so people see that when they look at the 5 links. Oops. I noticed I wasn't able to read chat for a moment. I'm sorry if I missed anything. No, I didn't. Okay. No, I think I'm just gonna do the final list. So I'm not gonna mention Scattershot here. Lightning arrow. Martial tempo. Chain. Primal armament. Barrage. Remediation. Herald of Thunder. Innovate. Longshot. Wind Dancer. I'm a bigger fan of cannibalism than vitality in support gems. What do you mean, Bug Swarm minion? Oh, I have not read all the new gems. I only read the ones I was really interested in. No longer use those. Ah, that's what I did with Voltaic Mark. That was weapon set 2. No, that's too much effort. I didn't even use it at launch. Interesting, but is that just not gonna be not good if you don't go for minions? Alright. Stormcaller arrow to lightning rod is just not correct anymore. It's lightning rod, Stormcaller arrow, and then lightning arrow. Yeah, maybe it is. We will have to see. I'm really curious about what people come up with. Alright, on bosses, we swap Martial Temp from Stormcaller Arrow to Lightning Arrow. Scatter Shot. Scatter Shot. Lightning to Lightning Rod. Oh, wait. Gonna do that differently. Yeah, that looks better. Nice! Congratulations, Mr. Hua. You're making great progress. Keep at it. Soon you're gonna be fighting Count Geonor. Is there anything else I swapped? No. Breathing salvo. Ice tipped arrow and is reveal pre-launch. Alright. It wasn't that bad. Actually, on my first GNI, I did pretty well. Yeah, that's when I fight count Geonor at level 14. You should overlevel a bit. I think if you fight Geonor at 15 or 16, you're gonna be fine. Alright. Something went wrong. That's not good. Well. Passive tree now? Yep, there we go. Going here. Dex. Dex. That. Dex. Dex this. Dex this. This. Use Mace Auto Take at the start of the first act until the ball. If you have one, then sure. But I don't force buy any weapon. I just use what I find. Hey Anthony, how you doing, buddy? Dexterity. Alright. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to scare you, buddy. I think you can make it so that there's a nickname, and then you can decide that it only shows the nickname or the actual name. The grenade mocks were already playable. They pretty much get a side grade. It's not gonna change too much on those. The question is what you want to do on the end game with grenade mock. What ascendancy, what skills, and on what content. Alright, we go for vial wounds. The small nodes in front of here. Maiming strikes. Acceleration. Catalysis. Lightning rod. Then flash storm. Forces of nature. Primal sundering. Escape velocity. Freedom of movement. Yeah, okay. Just grenades. Yeah. I feel like that's gonna be fine. Dexterity, attribute nodes. However, if needed, we can allocate strength or intelligence for items. Don't be too sure about that one, Anthony. So, this is one thing we do know. I don't know why people are just ignoring it. We do know that martial tempo gets changed to rapid attacks. That is the rapid attacks we get in Act 1. Instead of 20% more, we gain 15% increase. Later on, we gain 25% increase, or 35% increase, but 50% less damage. It's an increase, it's not a more anymore. We will barely use martial tempo in endgame anymore. That's my expectation. Yo, Mr. Hua, you are one lucky person. That is insane. Congratulations. That's gonna make your run a lot easier. Yes. So all increase modifiers are additive with each other, while more multipliers are multiplicative. So, let me show this. This is the explanation I've gotten about the exact impact of this change. So, if we have 2 base attack speed, if we had 7 attack speed, 2 base, 500 increase, and you get 35% more, you would get 7.7 with the 35% increase, which means that is already the one that nerfs your damage. With the old 20 more, we would 8.4. So it is a noticeable difference. We already have a lot of attack speed endgame. We don't need that much. It's basically gonna make martial tempo not a universally wanted. Hey Cyborg, so I have a lot of experience on running campaign and with how GDG is usually doing changes based on PoE1. This is all an keep this in mind leveling guide. And the moment, so that when we do get the changes, it takes me only half the time to change it from the 0.2 tree to the 0.3 tree. So I'm doing all those things now that where I do have a lot of time, that once we get a release where I have a limited amount of time, I don't have to do it anymore. If that makes sense. This is by no means I know what's coming. And this is guaranteed to work the exact same way after the passive tree changes and gem changes. But it's more of a, hey, I'm doing this now because I need to get it done anyway. And when it changes comes, I can spend less time fixing it. Yeah, the Devouring Diadem is huge, especially for your build where you can spawn corpses. It's definitely a great thing. It's gonna make the final boss fight a lot easier for you. Basically, early on, when you don't have a lot of increases, Anthony, HV increase is great, but later on, it's gonna fall off. Wait, don't we have unearths? Isn't unearth spawning corpses, Sweater? Am I stupid? I've not played a witch at all. Oh, I said nothing. Well, never mind. Good luck on the boss. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, and the changes that it can use your something of your own. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm sorry for the confusion then. That's not the one I wanted. Where's the one I wanted? Yeah. After Y runes, grab the for. Yeah, there's a very mixed resonance about the warrior changes. Some people feel like it got heavily nerfed, while others think it's gonna be totally fine. Aye, this is starting to get laggy here. Yeah. I think it's gonna be fine. I think Warrior's gonna be fine. Gotcha. Thanks for explaining, Dr. Spotto. Alright. I think we still gonna take Martial Tempo as first gem now. Have you tried Stormcaller without it? Buddy. Stormcaller has an attack base speed of 80%. We really want that. Look at this. That's Stormcaller with me right now, where I do have some attack speed on my staff. It is noticeable. We still want it early on. It's still gonna be the first thing we take, because attack speed is something we don't have a lot of access to early on. Only once we have it on the tree, we can replace it with a damage gem, because we then have other increases. But it's still gonna be really important as our first gem. That's my take on it. Hey. What did Gathering Winds give again? How do I check it? What does Tailwind do again? Skill speed, movement speed, evasion. Yes, that was it. Thanks. Yeah, once we have enough other sources of increased attack speed, we will drop Martial Tempo in the next patch, but until then we need it. Alright. Okay, and we are getting to the... Ah, thank you. Alright. I really appreciate everybody noticing the tiny mistakes I do. I need to now copy this. copy and name it Huntress variant. And we name this Ranger variant. End game. After getting the second ascendancy. Yes, so the patch notes have a lot of notes, right? Dronzy, I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. The patch notes have a lot of changes, but they miss two significant things, or three significant things. We have a support jump system overhaul, which does not mention a lot of things. Like, here some of those get removed and mentioned as, but all the updates, it doesn't mention a lot of things about the support jump changes that are really important. We then don't know anything about the passive tree, which is another huge thing. There are many new nodes on the Atlas passive tree. Oh, not Atlas passive tree, the normal passive tree. There are many changes, many new nodes on the passive tree. We don't know any of those, so this is also gonna be important. And we don't know, I don't know why they don't mention it, but all these changes to the gems. So, they might, without mentioning it anywhere, change the attack speed and attack damage numbers of our gems. They mentioned it on some of the gems, but not on all of them, so we expect some changes to this again. And that's why all of this is pre-planned and will be reworded once we have any more information on that. Hopefully before launch, if not, straight at the start of day 2 after I run through campaign on the build. Also, Zemi, I'm gonna be starting as a Huntress. I'm gonna pick the Ascendancy Amazon. I'm gonna be playing both Lightning Arrow, Stormcaller Arrow, and Lightning Rod for campaign. And once I can, I don't have a gem form on me right now, I'm gonna go for Spiral Volley, which is gonna be an absolute screen clearing skill that is gonna be even more absurd than Lightning Spear based on my testing. So I'm very excited to go for that. Some of that is intentional, but some of it is also, they are just still working on things. Lightning Infusion, early on, attack speed is the most important step, in my opinion. Getting attack speed means we get more hits in, it means we can get hits in faster between dodge rolls, especially on the melee phase. Which is why I'm always picking Martial Tempo or Rapid Assault next league first. GGG is very big on the, hey, your player should discover things. It's same in PoE1 as in PoE2. But because of this being early access and they're still actively working on things to very close to launch, they are taking the liberty to just don't mention some things at all. Which is overall fair, but it makes it really difficult to plan your build properly, because it can just be thrown in absolute disarray because of some minor changes for them, but for us massive. For example, something they absolutely ignored to mention last league, they said, yo, we are changing some gems and some things for the late game, but Stormcaller Arrow, for example, used to have This number used to be 400%. They halved the number on Stormcaller Arrow and gave it an attack speed debuff or nerf. And to a lot of other things, they also did that last patch. So I'm expecting it again, and I'm very careful with what I'm writing and saying, but I just can't spend time not doing anything. This takes an entire day to write from scratch, and I'm doing it for Huntress, Ranger, and Endgame. So I just cannot afford to not do it in advance, so I then have it for afterwards. And it takes me less time to fix. It has a slower progression into crit and will have to respec some points later. Alright, so what changes on the Huntress? The gear's the same. The gem setup is the same. The only change is on the tree. So in here, we grab this and this, and we drop that. Right, I can't make two different trees in one POB. But we can grab that. We can grab those nodes. We can grab this. We can grab this, and this, and this. We don't need that. Alright, so we have Honed Instinct, Maiming Strike, Catalysis, Acceleration, Lightning Rod, Primal Sundering, Flash Storm, Escape Velocity, Freedom of Movement. No. I mean, we should still grab them there. Then Precise Salvo. Then Falcon Dive. Then Pinpoint Critical. No, then Tainted Strikes. Then Pinpoint Critical. After grabbing Honed Instincts. Ascendancy choices. We get... What was it called? Predator. Instinct and... Criticals. Right. Yeah, what was it called? The last note? In for the kill? No. Penetrate. What was it? We gain 25. So, 400 accuracy weapon is 100 flat damage. That is just massive. Likely 300 is enough. Alright. Okay, just missing how it plays and how it works. I mean, this is exactly what I just said. We are now 3.5 hours into the stream and I'm still writing the notes on the written guide. It takes an incredibly long time to get all the written stuff out of the way. And I'm really glad that I don't need to do that last minute on launch day and I can do it now and just later need to do some minor fixes. Alright, first of all, how it plays. Clear. Bossing. Free, Alright. Now I'm just gonna assume the status quo here. So, Stormcaller Arrow will be our primary clear skill. If linked to Scattershot or using a dual string bow, all explosions can shotgun the same pack, resulting in most packs dying. 22 attacks with Stormcaller. Hey, Endek. Yes. So, I just wrote it here as well. The Deadeye gets access to slightly better starting nodes. Where was it? Here. So the Ranger has better starting nodes and access to gathering rinds, allowing for Tailwind, which is more movement speed during the campaign. However, the Huntress during campaign can easier and earlier get into crit as overall, not just on bosses. Like, you could theoretically force the critical weakness in bosses with the Voltaic Mark and proccing a shock with Stormcaller Arrow. But on the Huntress, we just have it all the time. And we also have a different damaging scaling on our bow, being able to use accuracy weapons instead of flat damage weapons on a Huntress. Just not needing to compete on those flat damage bows, making our main weapon slightly cheaper. The choice of you should go Deadeye or Huntress, Deadeye or Amazon, could however not be based on the leveling, but on the end game. For me, for example, on my Spiral Volley build, I really want to be on the Amazon for infused weapon, so that's my main reason for going for Amazon. While others maybe really want the Tailwind, really want the movement speed, and really want to utilize the Metamark gem, so they will go Deadeye. The main difference in campaign, again, just starting notes and when you go for crit, but the actual difference in the question is for endgame. Yeah. So, for endgame, it is really just a question of Amazon can use accuracy weapons, Deadeye needs normal flat damage weapons, Deadeye can use critical weakness and the Mark Mastery, not Mastery, Mark Meta Gem. We don't know how exactly it's gonna be working yet, which might be cool, but might not be. It's really just a question, do you want infused weapon, which we can maybe use for bossing, but definitely can use for Absurd Clear? Or do you want to use critical weakness and Mark Mastery? Both builds can go crit fairly easily now. It's just a question of preference and slightly different build style. I know Fopgun will go for Deadeye. I know I will for sure go for Amazon, and we just have to see where it ends. This leveling guide I will make for both variants, so you can just pick whatever. I have two POBs. I will only have one Mobalytics written guide, but two POBs that you can choose from. Hey Andek, I appreciate the follow. Sorry, thanks, not hey. How do I phrase this? Stormcaller Arrow will be primary clear skill. Potential alternative is now. I'm not gonna write electrocuting arrow here. We're only gonna note that here if it actually works. We need to see the actual notes on it. Can tell a big difference in the damage. Signs you got the gear from pin. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Mr. Hua. Alright. Alright. What the heck? Target damage to get us and Well, no. Where was that note with charges? So, there is one ascendancy on the Gambling Legionnaire. Here. The Gambling Legionnaire can generate automated charges, however, this is not what we rely on, because this is a one charge every 8 seconds. That's by no way near enough. The Deadeye can, in theory, if depending on how this works, automatically apply Sniper's Mark on nearby enemies, which if we do crit those enemies, we gain frenzy charges, which that might work. We need to see, however, what is the range on that, how reliable is that. The way I found to consistently generate charges in point 3, or actually even right now, is to utilize... where is it? There. Is to utilize resonance. So, if we use resonance, and we would gain an endurance charge, we instead gain a frenzy charge. Now, if we have a skill that doesn't have an innate conversion, like lightning arrow converts its damage to lightning, but if we have spiral volley, for example, and that has just physical damage, we can then link it up with Splinter to start armor breaking enemies as we damage them, and when we fully armor break them, we have a chance to gain an endurance charge. These combined with resonance results in our spiral volley generating frenzy charges by hitting a lot of enemies at once, then consuming those frenzy charges to do more damage and hit even more enemies. And then that's the reason I go Amazon. We can utilize Infused Weapon, which has Exploit Weakness, consuming the armor break, because Exploit Weakness deals elemental damage, on that enemy, and then deals 40% more damage. And this is how I am generating automatic frenzy charges in the coming patch. By just firing Spiral Volley, hitting everything, damaging everything, generating charges, consuming charges, dealing even more damage, and repeating it. I didn't know that used to be an old monk tech. How would you go... Oh, sorry, for you, Mr. Hua. Sorry, I was still on my bow build. For you, I would say it's better to go chaos damage. Good Hammerful. I appreciate the follow, by the way. Thank you so much, buddy. Alright. Let's... Oop. I have everything open but the one thing I want to open. Chaos, any damage can crit, any damage over time, like from Essence Drain and Contagion, cannot crit. Yes. Wait, that needs to be one buff barrage. Alright, so if you got any more questions, always feel free to ask. Oh wait, that was all the lightning rod. Nice. All the XP. Any questions? Any questions that I feel comfortable to answer? If you're trying to get me on pronunciation or nuances, I'm gonna rather err on the side of carefulness. Well, the low thermodynamics, I got an answer for you there. There you go. Here's your answer. Never said I need to answer it myself. With instant weapon swap, we can chain escape shot and disengage with dodge rolls and sprint. Weaved. Oh, that is Zadlaw. That one I actually would have known myself. But I don't know why it wasn't procced under that name. Otherwise, we animation cancel the Stormcall arrow. Alright. Okay. That is working. Okay, how it works. Stormcaller arrow, lightning arrow, and lightning rod. Tornado shot. What else we need to explain? Critical strikes and penetrate. Infused weapon is not something we're gonna be using in campaign. What else? Tailwind is pretty self-explanatory. How the Thunder is, Wind Dancer is. I think those are the ones we need to explain. Alright. I have here how it works. Explanation for those. Might as well copy those over. And for Stormcaller arrow, we should have here. Alright. Main portion of the damage to having fire modifier with Scatter Mavericks can clear entire packs in one attack. With over, we no longer use a magnifying effect. Oh! Well, that's not a statue. It wasn't locked in the statue. That's a gargoyle. It is the statue. That's one of these amazing moments you can really only... Nice. Surprise you and you still got him. That's one of these moments that you only really get in your first playthrough. Also the reason why we should always enjoy the first playthrough of a game. Never rush it. OBHS, I appreciate the follow, thank you. Base crit of our weapon. And then all percentage increases are calculated of that. So this is basically, yeah. This is the explanation on that. Penetrate gives us a set flat number. No, set flat physical damage based on our weapons accuracy rating from affixes. We have 400 accuracy rating. We gain 100 flat physical damage. How good is that? Item. Craft item. Wait. We need this node allocated. Item, craft item, bow, dual string. How good is that flat damage? What is that equal to? Tongue, we are preparing both. MD is still salty about Tornado Shot. I fully agree with you though, MD. I would really wish it had its own projectiles. Alright, how much physical damage do we need to compete with that? So this is equal to 150. Alright. Okay, I think that's it. I think we got everything here. For both Ranger and Huntress. If anybody notices still anything off with this, feel free to let me know. Alright. I'll be right back, quickly heading to the bathroom. And then we can do an Act 1 Practice 1. Yo, Mana Forge in PoE2 would be amazing. Actually, never mind. It would absolutely suck because we already have no mana in PoE2. How are you gonna make Mana Forge work in PoE2 if we don't have any mana to begin with? I have returned. Mana Forge basic attack if I have. Basic attack doesn't consume mana. Oh. You Mana Forge trigger basic attack. I got you. IDJ Jason. I would say Witch is gonna feel good with Chaos Dots. That's gonna feel good in campaign. And we got seen a couple of Huntresses build. Like we can use Twister, we can use Lightning Arrow, you can use Stormcaller Arrow. Those are gonna feel good. And grenades also actually feel really great for campaign. I practiced them a bunch. I was very happy with that. Alright. Path of Exile 2. Bannerman. Written guide. Postponed. Until we figure out how it works. Alright. Generate, share, copy, add that here. Add that here. So one thing I'm gonna show this. You don't have, of course, you don't have to use it. But I made a simple page that combines all my spreadsheets and everything into one. Layouts for PoE1, so this takes a little bit to load. My build sheet that I've recently made to have a coverage of those, so you can click on Path of Exile 2 and have the everything here in one view. And I will, of course, I think I'm gonna make this tomorrow, just like I did for the Legacy of Frisia. I will make one view for all Path of Exile 2 strategies. And then I have everything in one page, and whenever you're curious about any changes, you can check up here on anything that changed. Check up here on anything that changed. Just a little side project I worked on. Alright, we finished with the guides for now. Let's get some actual gameplay done. Migrate time. Also starting tomorrow, I think I'm gonna start some test runs in Trade League, just so I have also the trade layouts practiced. Delete, create. Alright.
Asmirian, expelled from your mountain, you are wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death.
Leveling guide.
Say your piece.
Done. Right. Second. Testing. Done. And then we can do add command, add, edit. Right? I have guide. No. Command, add guide. And then we add the leveling guide there. Yep, I have it. Yeah.
What? No! Don't let the Asmirian escape!
Alright. It's time for some speedy campaign runs. Right, we need to set it back to start timer at 0. What do you mean debatable? It's still better than at least half the player
That was a
base.
lucky break, so to speak.
Alright.
By the first ones! You're alive! I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Spear
The
scroll,
wrath in here is
spear
stronger
stab.
than I dared imagine.
Need to get used to not spear stab and left click. Buckler. Let's make parry. That is fair enough, MD. But seen in
swore I'd
perspective,
never
if you
wield my
compare to
hands again.
PoE1, yes, it's not speedy. But if you look at it as only compared to other PoE2 campaign runs, and that's not enormous, then it's fast. Yo, good job. How's the Geonor fight?
You out there! Help us!
Saw you in half!
So this is the sickness I were warned about.
Split you!
Good luck on a fight.
Split you!
How did that hit?
Back to the dirt with you! The eye of the storm!
Split you! Die! Split you! Die! Split you!
Ah, yo, what? Well, how did he not die? He had no health bar left. That's the first time I died to him in a while. In a long while. A long, long while.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain.
I'm not happy with the button placement. I need to find a better button placement for the initial fight. Until I have level 6. Keep clicking the
That was a
wrong
lucky
skills.
break, so to speak.
the first ones. By
Hey.
the first ones. You're alive.
Hey.
I would appreciate it if you could. Reach clear fell.
Alright.
Find.
We need throw there. Maybe step
The
here.
wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine.
Keep parry on the middle for now. I don't know.
I swore I'd never wield one of these again.
Place them there. Oh, it's there. Now I needed to walk around this log.
So this is the
Let him dash
sickness I
all the way
warned
over
about.
here. He stopped spawning more ads.
The wind howls. The thrill of the hunt. One step further from home.
Aye.
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Elton, please come inside.
Hello, game. What are these PoE2 loading screens?
What a sorry sight.
Ren, Smith, there's a knife you could channel. Anything take your fancy?
I do not
I'll
get
find
enough
some
for
use
that.
Stick.
Just gonna
to the
use
cat.
what I have.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Alright. First gem. Frost Bomb. Despite its nerf, it's still the one we grabbed the first. Yo! Good job, buddy! You're doing great!
You're mine.
So on this run, instead of taking Contagion, I'm gonna try Twister. And see how that feels. If it doesn't feel good, I'm gonna reset. Alright, let's see.
Estelle! Feed! Rotten! Estelle! Swell! Swell! Feed!
It's not better.
Wind's fury.
Estelle.
This one. Pick it up.
It is not feeling better. Twister is firing normally only one tornado, but if we use it on top of a whirling slash, based on the amount of charges, it fires an additional arrow each. I'm gonna try it again on the Witch Ariana, but if it doesn't feel good, then we just not gonna use it. This is just meant to make the first 3 fights better. Oh. I can feel the excitement through the chat, Mr. Hua. I feel like you're having a blast over there.
Well, I'll be.
Not here. We don't have a wisdom. Oh, we do have a wisdom. Perfect. So basically we are just doing right, left, or right, left to kill enemies.
Oh, this here was someone's home.
Oh. Bah. What is going on with my attack speed? How did that... I don't get it. That was her frost bomb. Why did she place a frost bomb?
Need more time.
I saw it early on Snoo, but I am not getting the same results as he do. Okay, never mind. Now she got hit quite a bit. Oh,
Proof of my prowess.
It kind of. If you get the right hit and it does go a little bit faster, but only if you get the right angle.
Die, beast. Whipping up a storm.
Yeah, I knew here was a Grim Tangle. We gotta be going both starting level 6. I'm starting Amazon, so my base weapon is a spear. Meaning we're using a spear till we have. Test account likely is. But I'm testing, right? We need to test the other variations to make sure that the basic attack is still the best there to do. It is mostly testing what we do right now, because we can't do anything else. So we found Grim Tangle, we need to find the tree.
The wind howls.
Where the heck is my red veil? Was it down there? No, okay, it's here. There we go. Waypoint.
It yet lives. But by what foul means?
Oh no!
This place bears
Coincidence?
signs of
I don't
war.
think so.
Hold on. Wait. Wind's fury.
What the? I couldn't dodge roll. And bye bye armor scrub, I guess. I don't feel this at all right now. I miss my contagion.
This one, pick it up.
For folk who have already died.
I saw Snoo using it. It didn't look too bad. But it doesn't feel that much better right now. Yeah, but I don't have had the money to buy a quarterstaff. I don't have the gem for it.
I'll not make the journey home like that. Button down the hatches.
And honestly speaking, not having contagion feels really bad right now. I'm not clearing as good. Nah. Not for me. Not for me. We're gonna do this one more time, but this time with what I know. I can achieve similar time with what I go with usually.
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain, you are wild. What? No! Don't let the Asmirian escape!
A bow only starts feeling good at level
That
6
will make
MD.
you break,
You can tell me what you
so
want.
to speak.
But before that, it doesn't feel
The
great.
first ones. You're alive. I'm glad to see them now. I would appreciate it if you could. Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
The wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine.
Even with lightning arrow, it doesn't feel great until level 6.
I swore I'd never wield one of these again.
Spiral Volley isn't, and that's what we're gonna be using once we get the 2 maps. Spiral Volley is insanely fun.
So this is the sickness I were warned about.
How the heck did that hit? And he stopped with all those zombies.
You're mad. One step further from home. At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Elton, please come inside.
I'll smith for you. There's a big knife you could chunk. Here's what I've got. I'll find some use for that. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
So again, Frostbomb first, because Frostbomb is just strong. Attack damage. The first attack damage is a more multiplier.
The wind howls.
What the heck is this layout? There's a POB link. If you scroll down a little bit. Actually, it's right at the top, no? Here. Ranger leveling POB. Huntress leveling POB. And also here. Ranger leveling POB. Huntress leveling POB. Yeah, no, there is one here, but because I made two separate ones, I put both here. I now also added the Ranger one here, so it's not as confusing. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. But it is there. I'm not making a fake guide without a POB. Not trying to bait anyone here.
Bring it on.
Except MD. MD I'm gonna baiting into playing PoE2. I'm gonna get you to play. Oh no, you didn't say that. That I said that. Don't worry, buddy.
Sleep, my pretties, as you grow.
Where's the abandoned camp in this layout? Ah, it's here.
Invader!
Need a moment.
Feed!
This one. Pick it up.
Exit should be here then? That was one very long first zone. A very, very bad layout. Holy. We are using Frostbomb in the upcoming patch not because of its damage, but because it gives us free exposure. And we can stack it. And if, as long as we use it often enough, we should be able to have permanent exposure on any bigger enemy.
Time to find bigger game. Oh, this here was someone's home.
Where are those coming from? Why are there always enemies around here? I just cleared here.
Need a moment.
Can you get hit, please? I'm trying to hit you with a basic. She just recharged almost all her ES because the basic attacks couldn't hit. But she decided, yeah, you know what I need? Minions following me around.
Proof of a prowess.
Aye.
Weapon don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike. Need a moment. The eye of the storm. Wait. The hunt is on.
Okay, this is 1, this is 2. Okay, I can know the layout. The neat thing is that Frostbomb's cooldown starts triggering when detonating. So it's not like we need to wait 4 seconds to explode and 6 seconds to load up. I love how on the last one I got actually a pretty decent layouts, and now on this one I get absolute horrible layouts. Yeah, the shroom enemies, it has to be somewhere around here.
Some strange magic's taken hold of these.
Up here is the last one. It is something you learn from practicing. Now you get used to your skills, to the interactions, to the boss fights. Like, learning boss fights is always important. What? The tree should have been here. What is this? Game! This is the boss area. Where's my tree? Huh? Huh? Yeah. It's just not gonna make a good comparison. Like, I could have been done here at minute 10. I'm now still here searching for the tree at minute 11. I'm just not gonna get a good comparable time here. How is the tree not up here? What is going wrong? There's this, there's that. Down here? We saw the river there, it can't be there. At least it shouldn't be there.
Aye.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it
I
lives.
love it.
But by what
I love it.
means?
Holy.
This place bears the wounds of war.
Aye, that's so much fun.
This one, pick it up.
I'm just gonna ignore this rare. Screw that dude. Bye bye.
Wind's fury!
Could have been another one there.
If the spirit still watches, let it bear witness.
This one, pick it up.
Yo! Whoa, you're super smooth transitioning there.
Now, and yet the spirit
Through the
stays
campaign.
silent.
Keep going, buddy.
Submit.
Oh. There's the last one. Pull those down. I haven't found... Yeah, I can use that bow for a while longer. Tier 3 gems appear at end of Act 5, I think. Where do these enemies come from? Love when the boss pulls more enemies than he's supposed to.
Need more time.
I can't even hit him. There are too many enemies surrounding him. Hey, how did that hit? Oh, come on. He pulled like 5 additional packs. What is this? Why is there a rare? Yikes. Can I just fight my boss in peace? Not in pieces?
For the clan!
Hold on! Wind's fury!
For the clan!
Could you not? Aye.
This one. Pick it up.
That was a
I'll not make
rough
the journey
one.
home like that.
This one. Pick it up.
This was a rough fight.
Welcome. I've collected these over time. What do you think?
A woman without...
Here I would have.
Must take a
What is the
proper
rare?
smith to forge
Yeah.
runes like these.
Might make good
Sell
scrap.
that. We sell that. We sell that.
That'll go well.
Renly's done. Sorry. Please. Take your time.
What have we got?
Movement speed, no. Hey, pasted. What the heck? It's not pasting. Why is my string not pasting? Huh? Didn't they increase the number of things in PoE2 too? Not just in 1?
You've a
Ah,
clean
felt
eye.
pretty shitty.
Stick to the cairns.
I screwed up my timer. Alright, take care, Mr. Moore. Have a nice day. We're gonna try this again, hopefully with better zones. This one was just rough. Just want a proper Act 1, because otherwise I'm just falsifying my
Feral Asmirians,
experience.
expelled from your... What?
Heralds will be working with unarmed. Sorry for the late response, I was focusing on the boss.
That were a lucky break, so to speak.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad. Now I would appreciate it if you could.
Right, we go again.
Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
The wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine. I swore I'd never wield one of these again.
Surely I get better layouts this time. Hey Kaspersky, we are currently testing variations to the build, delaying our lightning rod for example to get innovate instead on Herald of Thunder and using Stormcaller for Act 1. See how that feels.
So this is the sickness I were warned about.
Wow.
The thrill of the hunt. The eye of the storm.
Can you stop spawning minions? God.
One step
Aye.
further from home.
Please come inside.
He's
At
stupid.
least your friend weren't here
Please
to
come
see what you've
inside.
become.
Ren, I'm Smith. There's a knife you could channel. What would you like?
Why am I even checking? I
Stick
never have
to
enough
the
gold to buy anything on the first
Looks
visit.
to be a decent sort, that one.
I wasn't fast enough.
Wind's fury!
Invader! Estelle! Feed! Swell! Estelle!
This one, pick it up.
Oh, cool. Respia. Ow.
Take this!
Finally reached Cruel, SSF, ED Contagion, Chayula. Pretty nuts. Alright, glad to hear that. So that's your starter?
Straight to it then. The hunt begins.
I couldn't dodge roll at all. There was a lot of XP I missed there
Good
now.
timing. The spirit
With
is
double
near.
pack and one was blue. Eh. This is hot. Alright, I'm just gonna... Anyone that gets pulled now gets pulled now. Alright. Surely there's not gonna be suddenly another enemy there.
Oh, this here was someone's home.
Why you spawn so far back?
That was time to find Rathan don't discriminate. It
Lost died again. Wow.
twists
Temple.
witches and innocents alike. Wind's fury.
We need that.
Hold on.
I got cancelled twice now on placing my bomb.
Aye, it yet lives. But by what foul means?
Baseline.
Some strange man. This place bears the wounds of war. The wind howls!
Also looking for a short bow. Checkpoint number 1. Can I stop getting animation cancelled, please?
This one. Pick it up.
Enough's enough. Come on. Keep staggering me. Got to hit my level up.
Up for another hunt, are you?
No, I'm not. Bye-bye. Get the attack damage. Next checkpoint, we upgrade our life and mana flask.
Wait!
Oh, I can't afford to die now. That's a lot of XP there.
If the spirit still watches, let it bear witness.
This one. Pick it up.
Still need a bow.
Aye, I'm hearing voices now. And yet the spirits stay silent. I've enough in my pack already. Wait! Wind's Fury!
Alright, where's the last one now? Is it here? Okay, it's here. Oh, I forgot.
Bring it on!
Can I please not get stuck on objects I can see?
For the clan!
Wait.
For the clan!
I always blocked by minions. Get hit.
Hold on.
Ay yo. There we go. Holy.
This one. Pick it up.
Pack's full.
One is also a way better one. The last one took me 18 minutes. This one took me 16.
Welcome. I feel Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. I will treasure it. Stay safe.
Here he is. I would have. Anything take your fancy?
Must take a proper smith to forge runes like these.
That'll pack a punch. Till next time.
What happened here? The wound. Oh, the green. Stay safe, if you can. If the fate.
Alright, we have 2 level 3 gems. We can grab damage here. Next level, we get Stormcaller. The other one we keep for a bit.
The hunt is on!
The earlier we gain our level, the better. Actually do take some time to kill here.
Need more time!
What is this? How is this the dead end? The entrance is there. It should have ran this way.
Ready to hunt.
Try
Wait!
and keep up. Don't lose sight of it.
Get back!
Keep on him.
Need
It's
a
getting
moment.
away. Damn, we lost it.
Alright, and now we have an extra skill. This is the exit or boss fight. It looked like it's about to be an arena. Okay, here we go to the boss fight.
Man or beast? What are you?
What? How did I survive that? How did I dodge roll that, more importantly? One neat thing here is, if you don't get out of the circle in time, dodge roll as he's about to teleport you, and you instantly dodge roll out of the inner thing.
I only hope the Asmeri
Where he
kept
teleports
clear
you
of
in.
this rot.
Is it up? No, it's down. Has to be down, no? Either it's up here or it's down there, but I feel it's more like a down, like it's a U shape. Eh. What the heck? Don't be a dead end. Please. Okay, it's not a dead end. We got the right way. We are still running Stormcaller. At least till we have all the other gems collected. And then we swap off Stormcaller for single target.
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
Iron Ring, Iron Ring, Iron Ring. Please be an Iron Ring. No! We have 5 in a row on a Lazuli ring at this point. 5 rings in a row have been Lazuli.
Where were you? Hold on.
But it's not here? I could have expected it to be here, not gonna lie.
Wait.
I don't think they can be that close to each other. Who? What?
Get back.
Oh wow, they can. I did not expect that, not gonna lie. I did not expect them to be that close to each other.
Time this too, man. Its name, and kept the praetor's wife good and buried. The thrill of the hunt.
Ooh, I need to open that. It's gonna be dangerous. Ow? How did that? Come on, spawn. Why temporal bubble and evasive? Rough. Wow. Wow. What the? Temporal bubble not enough.
A clean kill. You're mine.
How is this the dead end? Dang, I fully explored this zone. Boss arena in the last corner.
You will never leave this place. No escape. How dare you disturb me? Conquer. To me, Draven. Right of the fourth moon. No escape. Now, you are mine.
I'm no man.
Forever! My love, I call to you. Right of the fourth moon.
This one. Pick it up.
Even your witchcraft couldn't save you.
LA Storm Caller Arrow is the best initially. Once you have the right support gems and gear, Storm Lightning Rod and Lightning Arrow takes over.
Reckon it's
Insane
time
gloves.
to put
Holy!
this
Flat
Draven
damage,
to bed.
life, double res? Sign me up for those. Can I get those at launch as well?
Come on.
Dang. I was feeling confident on this layout. Oh, but we see it here.
Pack's full.
Now, your soul will join my steeple of death. I will end your meaningless life. The spirits yearn. Your soul is mine. Rend your soul. Succumb to the Empire. Ascinia! Your soul is mine. Come with you, down. Cut down. Perish.
How is that still doing damage? He's stunned. That should disappear.
Have no mana.
The spirit's hunger. My beloved Ascinia, succumb to the Empire. Your intrusion will be punished. Succumb to the Empire. I am your master. Rend your soul.
This one, pick it up.
We as Mary are older still, eternal.
Alright.
I heard you. What would you like? I'll find some
Vendor
use for
this,
that.
vendor that. No, that we use.
If you find a pint out there,
Finn makes fun of my collection.
Hmm.
Oh, I like this one.
Alright. Lucky flat
what have
damage?
we
No.
got? What would you like?
Movement speed boots?
Till
No.
next
Okay.
time.
Unlucky run. Very low on damage. But we soon get lightning rod.
You did it. I must make them suffer!
Eh? How did he do the second one? I didn't even notice that. Oh no. We are gonna be running out of mana. That felt like he shouldn't been in range there for his last
This
slam.
one. Pick it up.
You're with your kin at last.
That felt like the last hit should not have been an enhanced slam from him. Need the checkpoint. Need those. It's a bad rune. I was hoping for a better one. Hey, Budex. How you doing, buddy?
Bring it on.
Both feeling good? I finished the written guide, at least the early version that we can do right now based on the current data, not having the 0.33 or gems yet. But the written guide is done, the POB is done. Tomorrow morning I can finish my late game POB for the different stages, at least the different planned stages. And then start prepping, I guess, the league start more. Maybe do an actual late game practice one. Get a bit used to mapping again. Optimize optimal sleeping schedule. So I don't have an optimal sleeping schedule. I'm not the best person to ask for that. I go and play till I get sleepy around 6 or 7 a.m. For me, the start is at 10 p.m. And then I sleep for 4 to 5 hours, wake up, and I play very sleepily on Saturday.
I've been itching for a
And I go to bed early on Saturday to reset for Sunday.
Wait.
Then starting Sunday, I play from like 6, 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. and then I sleep, keeping myself about 6 to 8 hours for rest. I need to get Life and Mana Flask upgrades urgently. There are too many close calls right now in my boss fights. Interesting question for anyone in chat. Does skill does say more damage per one? If it's for each second elapsed, then yes, it can go infinite.
This one. Pick it up.
There's no beast alive can best me.
Movement speed boots. Yo, that's a lot, but not movement speed. In theory, yes. I don't know how you're achieving actual infinite duration, but yeah. Oh no, wait, it says 1 second per duration left. That's not infinite, no? That should just be a very long and you manage to refresh it. I assumed it's like for each second elapsed, it takes more damage. Next level up is damage again. Wait, what? What is going on here? I have... Huh? Farmland there, Crow there. Where the heck is my passive point? Not passive point, my Phrazon and my support gem. Support gem has to be there then. And Phrazon has to be here. Yes, Phrazon is here. Why is the waypoint so far away? I think Holopalm, yeah, you can go Ranger Holopalm or you can go what's its name? Monk Holopalm. I think Chayula Monk will benefit more from it, but I could be
Damn
wrong.
fiend!
Hey. Movement speed. Still a lot, but no movement speed. Looks like we need strength. Double rest alive, double rest alive. Yeah, these ones are insane. That's fair enough. Yeah, go for Deadeye then. I expect Holopalm to be Auto Bomber build later on. I'm basically just leveling, but I'm using Stormcaller a little bit longer instead of forcing directly Lightning Rod in Act 1. This should result in a smoother zone clearing, at least in theory. So today we are testing the praxis. Hey, let me loot that.
Now we're talking.
So, if we are forcing Lightning Rod, Lightning Arrow directly in Act 1, we can get it online fairly early, but we are gonna be missing out of Innovate.
This one, pick it up.
Una will thank me for this now.
And I think getting Innovate and having better clear is gonna be better than just having better single target damage. Because if you have better clear, we're gonna kill packs faster, we're gonna get more XP, which means we have an easier time running through the zones. And if we get more XP, we don't need to spend more time resetting zones later on and getting XP. That's the theory I'm having for this run. I need a transmute to make the one bow rare magic. Or get a rare bow drop. The early bosses, we actually don't even have the time to stand still and lightning rod them, so it's actually okay. We are just Stormcaller arrow, and it does enough damage. What are these loading screens I sometimes have? Opening waypoints, loading into zones. They feel way too long. Like, it just feels like I'm losing 2 to 3 minutes per act just on loading screens.
You
Take a look. That'll be useful. Stick to the carrots.
this.
Yes.
So you found I think
Aye.
Finn makes fun
These
of my
tired
collection,
ears could use.
but that might save your life.
How
A
can
new day dawns.
So right now, I could either use this on Chain, or I use this on
The
Innovate.
thrill of the hunt.
And I'm gonna use it on Innovate in a bit. I'm still gonna try Lightning Arrow here, but Lightning Arrow without Chain. Where the heck are the rituals? It's the big one. Hello? Can I move? Apparently
More
not.
time.
Can't believe I have not found a single ritual so far. That's crazy. Where the heck are they? Am I gonna... Oh, finally.
Need a moment.
Are they all in this corner? If the third one is there, I'm gonna laugh. Gonna get my level up. Nice, that's a good bow. Not the best, but good. Wow, all three in this absolutely far away corner.
The thrill of the hunt. These half-wits seek to summon something better left well alone.
Thorn grip. Invasive growth. Arctic Armok. Thorn grip. You are seen. Thorn grip.
Can you stop moving? Thank you. He keeps moving out of my lightning rods.
The Wild One's power is mine! You are seen! The dominion is mine! And I... The dominion is mine! Traveler's pain. Oblivion awaits! Gate on nothingness! Logan,
This one, pick it up.
as you know me, I will always exist.
Summit tells me we've not
Transmute. We need that.
seen the last of him.
Nah, not on this phase 2. That one is actually pretty easy. Oh, wait. Finn.
If I see for you, thank you. Say it.
He's trouble, eh?
I've collected. Oh, I like this one.
Wow.
Stay safe, if you can.
Also, Buddy got any socket
This way,
items?
Wally. If you find anything take your fancy, go well.
Unlucky. Ow. Living on limit.
The hunt is on!
This one,
That's a
pick it up.
big density.
This one, pick it up.
Oh, nice. We needed that support jump. That's huge. That means we have chain in
This
Act
one,
1.
pick it up. This one, pick it up.
I would really like a bow upgrade though. We have min roll lightning damage. before I use my rune. Oh. Okay, maybe it's nice to me.
A worthy foe.
And oh. Improvement. We take it.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
No escape. Not this time.
Great wolf bait, you bastard! You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn.
Face your death. I'll rip your damn throat out.
You're mine!
Your time is up.
It's you who should have hanged. But this were just as good.
Nice. That felt fairly smooth. I'm so glad I got this weapon upgrade. Alright, don't give XP. Open portal. Second. I keep forgetting it. It's AMD RX 7000 XT, I think. Was that the old one? And I'm using the 7000 now. 6700 now. Hey, talk to him. Lightning damage.
How's the clearing?
Vendor.
What would you like?
Not those. We buy that, we need the socket. We buy that, we need the socket. Alright. Radian RX 7800 XT. I remember always RX XT, but I don't remember the numbers. Right, we have those. Don't need those. I'm not gonna stash them because I'm gonna migrate anyway.
You're mine! Hold on. Wait!
Oh. I think doing the graveyard bosses still with Stormcaller is safe. Those have very punishing melee attacks. Like if you get hit while in melee range, you have very likely to die. So going safe with Stormcaller on those feels good. And then afterwards, starting with the Phrazon boss or the Crow, we can use Lightning Rod. And once we get Chain, it's gonna feel even better. Once we have chain, we proc all our lightning rods easily. And any GCP we find is absolutely huge next patch. Because it can basically give us 20% more damage with lightning rod on the initial impact. It's not overall 20% more because I misread it. I thought it can be re-triggered in addition time, but it just as an additional explosion on landing. Either this means an additional lightning rod lands, or it just procs twice, dealing twice its damage with a 20% chance. It's still, regardless, gonna be really good. Because we're gonna be going through our lightning rods at a crazy pace.
But stick his head on a pike.
Alright, I need one level 30% before I face GNR. I just still... My main hope is that tomorrow we get the passive free. If nothing else, give us the passive. Why am I stuck in enemies who can't dodge roll in any direction?
Need more time. Away with you.
Don't bother with those dudes.
Hold on. I need a moment to prepare. Ugh. There's the tyrant in all his rotten glory.
I don't know about that one. I'm planning to play for 4 months. Not 4 months, for 4 weeks. My hope is 4 weeks of playtime and then 1 week, then 2 weeks of a mix of playing and prepping for PoE1, and then 2 weeks of preparation for PoE1. I need to finish the campaign layout document.
That were almost a challenge.
Ooh, quiver upgrade. That's huge. Come on, flat damage. Yes, that's what we want to see. Very likely, I agree with what you're saying. If I'm only focusing on endgame loot, but I'm also gonna be focusing on content creation and builds to keep myself engaged. That is my idea. Having Innovate is definitely huge for Clear. I don't think I'm gonna prioritize that after Chain. I'm definitely prioritizing that over Chain. No, I wouldn't say that, Reddit. I am playing PoE2 because I want to play PoE2. If I would only wait for PoE1 and I don't enjoy PoE2, I would just play Last Epoch right now. Or I could play Terraria, Minecraft. I could play League of Legends. I could try Core Keeper. I'm not forced to play Path of Exile 2. I want to play it because I think I'm gonna enjoy it. Not in the same way I enjoy Path of Exile 1, but in a different way, which allows it to be a different game for me. I still need to hit a level up here. I hope for high density. So much for my density. Where the enemies at?
Hold on.
Normally you can get like 40% here.
Hold on.
I got nothing spawned. Oh, yo. Give me my XP. Yeah, mine was just empty right now. Yeah, MD, I think in point 1 I made 4 different builds and I really enjoyed it. And then I got burnt out because I felt like I wasn't making any currency anymore. So I'm just not gonna focus on that at all. I'm gonna make currency, but not actively. My main focus is making builds and playing the builds. And maybe testing mechanics, testing Abyss, and see what. Instead of just, I need to make currency, I need to have more currency to make more crazy build. And min-max build. And also just like, oh, this build is not S tier, well, might as well not play it. That is also a thought I cannot have. It's something that I need to get rid of. I just need to play a build because it's fun, even in PoE1. Not play it just because, oh, I could just play Y build that is better. Where's magnified? Yeah.
Husband, this interloper has the power
Alright,
we
boss
need.
time.
Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
Go on then. Come and get it.
First one's ire! You'll pay with your life!
Hey, can you...
You will falter!
Then not.
First one's ire!
That's one issue. If he doesn't attack me, actually, I don't do damage on Lightning Rod. Stand. Can you stand still for a moment when I'm on you and not move when I'm not on you?
Agnar, to me!
Oh, right.
First one's
I
ire.
forgot one key part
No,
of my
it's
damage.
honor.
Yeah, suddenly I do damage. What a wonder. Imagine using the skill you put in just to get damage.
I think not. I expected
Sometimes,
so much more.
my genius frightens me.
Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! I smell your blood, and I am ravenous.
Need a moment.
Chilling frost.
I need more
The
time.
air grows colder.
And he avoided heavy stun by going into his immunity phase. We love to... Ow?
Agnar the Impaler. As swift
Love to see
as
it.
death, and imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted, branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. Agnar shall slay again.
Yes, land on top of it.
I smell your blood. And I am ravenous.
Oh, I don't have a sweet spot.
Chilling frost.
Need a moment.
Requiem on high. I smell your blood,
Hold on.
and I am ravenous.
Oh,
Desolation.
I'm dead. Why the heck is every single one on me
Your pulse quickens.
Holy.
The eternal impure. With
I
bloodlust
don't...
empowered.
Ah, yo. Come on. Why are you doing the beams now?
Casimir endured.
Aye! Let me regenerate!
All were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door.
What is going on here?
Then
Let me
hour
regenerate.
by hour, men fell as summer soured. Chilling frost. I will take out
Aye!
your heart
What was that,
and
dude?
savor each bite.
Holy.
Allow me to clear
Suddenly
your
just...
mind.
Every beam hit me and I have no idea how I survived. That was way too close. Way too close.
First ones, hear our lament.
Statue.
Sanity
Yes.
recedes ever further
Find
into the
her.
dark.
Kill
Shadows
her.
hover above us, in the
But
corners,
first,
watching
please,
and waiting.
stop the
Sickness has
madness.
come among us. It so unsettles our minds. It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is
Must make
safe.
haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
This one. Pick it up.
Whatever it was.
I used to have 1 minute times when I was really trying to sweat Act 1. Not 1 minute, 1 hour times. But recently I'm stuck on about 1:15, like now. But it has not been... It actually, my yesterday's run was 1:20. This one is 1:15. So I think I'm okay with this. I mean, there are people that on the exact same build run 1 hour Act 1s. It's all about the minor minute save. A lot of my time, I think,
What have we?
comes
Anything
from the
take
EU
your
zone at
fancy?
this point. Just having more loading screens, longer loading screens. Hey, let me through.
How can I? The counter.
So, I mean, I still did. I didn't die on the bosses this time, but I still had some low DPS phases on some of the bosses. Especially the last one at the end. I also had a very annoying Railwood and Red Veil. But I think the right order of skills is we are starting with Trista, not Trista, we are starting with Whirling Slash, or how it's called, for the initial Act 1 until we hit level 6. We use whatever weapon, magic weapon with any flat damage we can take for basic attacking, preferably a crossbow or a bow on the Witch and the Rust King. On level 6 we get Stormcaller, we use Stormcaller until we have both Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod, and then we can use those for single target. On level 10, we need to upgrade to Greater Flask. That always felt like an issue that I had early on. I used the medium one for way too long. And we are only grabbing Chain after Innervate. And we are reserving Magnified Hourglass for Freezing Salvo. That is a big DPS thingy. We cannot not use that. Assuming it works, next time we are gonna be using Escape Shot, and instead of Hourglass, we are likely gonna be using Cold Infusion instead. And then Freezing Salvo Escaping Shot should also do a decent amount of damage on single target. That's our hope. And also keep in mind Electrocuting Arrow exists as well. Other than that, I think the order's good. Martial Tempo, Scattershot, Lightning Infusion. And one trick to quick swap here is I have Martial here and Scattershot here, so I can directly move them down. I don't need to cross those, move diagonally. More chances to miss. Alright. Big M chat, welcome to the chat. Sorry for the delayed answer. My average completing campaign time right now, I haven't actually done an X6 run on timed. I've done a testing X6 run that I think took me 9 hours, but I had at least 1, if not 2 hours. I was AFK while I was eating dinner downstairs. Right now I have an about average of 115, 120 Act 1, 130, 140 Act 2, and for Act 3 I take about an hour, I think. 1 hour 10. Overall, I think I can get a sub 430, Act 1 to 3, and then I can get a sub 7 hour map time. But it really depends on how big and how long Act 4 is gonna be at launch. But yeah, that has been today's run. I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. Exclamation mark guides gets you the leveling guide if you want to use that. I also have a site I need to add a command on that you can see an overview of all my builds in the future and all my strategies and all the layouts I will do for Act 1, but that is an Act 1 thing. That's not for anybody's concern for now. I highly appreciate the conversations we had today. I had a lot of fun. I appreciate everybody's input on the builds, everybody's question. It helps me understand my builds even more as well. All this being said, I will be ending the stream here. And we'll be back tomorrow. Best Lullaby. I see how it is, MD. Let's see. Who is streaming? Who can we raid? Who is busy with Passive Exile 2? Sarge 2 is prepping. Let's go to Sarge. Say hello for me. Bye bye.